please unmute your mic? Yeah. Sanil Mohan, could you hear me, Professor? Please unmute your mic. Hida, could you please make a call to him and ask him to?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think I'm unmuted.
Yeah, but we can't see you.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, okay. So we'll start then, please.
Right? Here
Yes,
I am.
now we can see you. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Okay, please.
Good morning. I'm extremely thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts while we commemorate the life and works of Professor K.N. Panikar. So when I was asked to participate in this program, I thought I will talk on a theme which was, in fact, uh, quite important from the quite important when we look at the works of Professor Panikar himself, who spent a lot of his academic research thinking and writing about history and historiography. And one problem which I thought is significant in this context is to actually signpost some issues related to historiography and also public history. And there is nothing new in what I'm saying. Because I still remember sometime in the late 1990s when Professor Panikkar was organizing cultural studies workshops. So I was uh, uh, given a chance to present some of my research, and I told him how I encountered in the context of my field work people talking about their history and crying about it. And I told him that I never knew that history was so powerful in such context. Then he asked me, "Oh, you had a very poor understanding of your discipline." But I think he did not use the term poor. Um, but he wanted me to think about the power of history in such contexts. And of course, I try to think about it, and many of the issues that we encounter today in our public domain in India as well as in Kerala, many of those issues are related in certain ways to the question of history. So therefore, I thought it is appropriate to think about this question. And the other point which is relevant is how Professor Panikar himself and, of course, other colleagues of him as well tried in many ways to really foreground academic history, in spite of the all-out attacks that academic historians and academic history itself had been facing. And some of the issues that became very relevant to our thinking today. For example, the question of public history. We find academic historians of different shades of intellectual orientation addressing this sometime from the late 2000s. And this concern continued through the 2010s and so on. So many people have been contributing to this, particularly in the context of controversies related to textbook writing in India. So I have in my mind the article which Professor Janagi Nair wrote in History Workshop Journal, Textbook Controversies and the Demand for a Past, Public Lives of Indian History. So we have Professor Nair talking about public history in that particular context. And also in 2008, Deepesh Chakrabarty talking about the public life of history. And in many other texts, in many other writings of historians, including the most recent works of Ramla Sapra and others, we talk about the significance of this question of academic history. And in Professor Panikar's writings, also we find this. So this is a context in which I thought of thinking about this. And now, as we talk about this, we all know that it has become really difficult to talk about either academic history versus public history. These are the ways in which these debates have been framed in India. And there are a lot of people thinking about this and writing about it. So what I want to do in this presentation is to talk about how sometimes the sort of public histories that I thought of would become, in a way, not as oppositional to the terrain of academic historians, because I'm not framing it in this particular way. Sometimes there's a possibility of a productive dialogue between academic historians on the one hand and those who write history from other kinds of perspectives. I mean, obviously those perspectives are quite different, and there is no one way of putting them together to think about, because of the diversity of the arguments presented in these kinds of histories. Now, I have in my mind a few texts in Malayalam, which are not really well-known kind of history books, but a kind of historical texts authored by ordinary people. Wherein they bring in this particular notion of redemptive history. So I have, for want of time, I'm not going into the details of that. In the article which I referred to of Professor Janagi Nair, she refers to the notion of redemptive history that was doing its round in particular communities. So she refers to the kind of redemptive history, for example, in the narratives of the PRDS community that I also tried to look at. Now, this idea of redemptive history is actually something that we often do not find in the academic discourses of historians. Now, when I look at this particular idea of redemptive history, it actually talks about the ways in which people who were under severe conditions of oppression, sufferings, etc., they imagine a certain kind of history and they write about it and they talk about it and they articulate this in very many ways, including in the genre of religious articulations, whereby a certain kind of past, which is rendered in a highly emotionally charged manner, which in fact invites the attention of academic historians who are interested, for example, in the questions of mentality of the people. So therefore, here, what we find in this particular kind of historical narrative, which is very much part of this public history, the whole idea of redemption that people have. Now, I'm just looking at the significance of this because we do not find, that sort of an idea being articulated in academic history. Because academic historians, I'm not pretty much sure to what extent they will talk about the whole idea of redemption that certain kind of communities and societies may want to articulate. So this is the point that I wanted to hold on to. Now, why this is important as public history? Because there is a total, if we look at the current debates on the kind of histories that are being articulated, we get a sense of certain variant of history which are absolutely state-centric, and those histories, those state-centric histories are meant for certain ways of justification for some of the contemporary political actions, either of the government in power or the various other kinds of policies that uh, uh, the states may want to promulgate. So we find histories being produced in order to legitimize this sort of politics. And we have a variety of such histories being articulated through different means in different parts of India. So, and this is a context in which I talk about some of these Malayalam histories that I referred to in the beginning, which are connected with this idea of redemption. So I have, for example, these are history books in the sense that they talk about things of the past, and where obviously we all know that the idea of past, the events of the past and the kind of objectified writings on those issues, they both come together. So when we use the term history, it actually refers to certain processes in time, and also the practice of historians or those who write about history, who talk about it, etc. So there is a coupling of both this. And now historians who studied this, I mean, obviously historians have been talking about this irrespective of their ideological persuasions. But I am compelled to think about a few things that Michel Trouet talked about this situation in his celebrated book Silence in the Past, where he says that even before academic historians reach those incidents, so you find others of academic historians would find that others have already reached there, in the sense that much before academic historians reach such events, others would have reached there and started producing their texts, articulating their ideas, and so on. If it is talked about in the context of Haitian history, the kind of Black liberation movement in Saint Dominic, in the historical context, we find a very interesting kind of argument that is relevant for the examples that I've been talking about. For example, so I have with me uh, a book, a pamphlet where the history of redemption being talked about. So which is about the starting of this book, this text I'm talking about is titled in Malayalam as Rakshagara Charitram. This is the title of the pamphlet or book, where you find a very interesting history of the liberation of oppressed Pulayas and Parayas, you know, uh, not very far from Kotte. This is a reference to the beginning of the Salvation Army church at Kangara. Kangara is a place where these events have taken place, and the people recall this. The uh, acceptance of the variant of Protestant Christianity by Pulayas there by the end of 19th century as a certain kind of history, a redemptive history unfolding. And they bring in a variety of sources to write about it. So we have a very interesting kind of narratives about these events, published by, for example, the CMS missionaries who worked uh, in this place, in this village, Kangara, before the arrival of the Salvation Army Church. So we have narratives of that kind. But then now when people look back at this whole question of liberation from caste slavery in this particular village, they invoke this whole idea of redemption, and they write a very interesting history of redemption. And now, what happens to this history of redemption? So, this is being rendered as the authentic history of the community, the local community, where uh, we they bring in the questions of human rights, the questions of liberation, the questions of social change, and so on. Now, this is something of a situation that I have already referred to, where much before academic historians could reach, others have reached there. And they actually articulate a very interesting kind of history, which I guess is, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes.
All right, thank you. So that kind of history is something articulated by the community, by the people, which in fact is much before, any sort of academic history. The practitioners of academic history could, reach that point. Now, what happens to these kinds of histories? This is a question that I wanted to raise. Now, if you go by the kind of challenge that academic history is, facing today, the onslaught by the state or by all sorts of political forces that are ranged against the practice of academic historians. Here you find a particular instance of history being articulated in a powerful manner, the essential core of which is a certain notion of liberation that people have. And what are the ways in which those of us who are in academic history can talk about this? Both the things, the processes that we are referring to, as well as the manner in which that history is being talked about. So this is one question that I wanted to open up. But we also get similar texts, for example, about which I referred to in another context as well. This is about kind of family history that was authored by one person, Kunyukutti Koruvanar. He is from a village near Pale, village Panikkar. He talks about, sorry, his book is titled as Panikkarum Adima Janade. So this is the first title of that. Is in fact, it's a late 19th century family history of the Pulayas living there, and I think this is a compendium of, is in fact a very small book, which runs into maybe at 150 pages, in which he brought together the family histories of nearly 80 families. And the interesting thing for us is now see that uh, all of these narratives are framed with certain experience of slavery that these families have undergone. And by the late 19th century, they were influenced by the Catholic mission. And I think it was a local mission of the Syrian Catholics in Palai. So we find this Christianized or people who accepted Christianity here, and they reorganized their life. And of course, there are a lot of caste violence and sexual violence of caste taking place over there. But what is interesting is to note that when in the late 90s and early 2000s, when the author starts researching on this family history, in the history of these families, he actually talks about very interesting, questions of oppression, questions of almost every aspects of everyday life that people have been encountering. Now, this has happened at a time when academic historians were yet to reach, this domain of inquiry. And I'm not saying that historians have not been doing that, but my contention here is that we did not find so much of such writings as far as the Kerala context is concerned. But here we have a sort of public intellectual of that kind. They're trying to write this history and articulate, the problems of everyday life and social transformation. And also this whole idea of redemption that people were thinking about. But I'm not saying that this is a very neat kind of situation, because you have absolutely the cases of a lot of conflicts taking place in terms of trying to articulate these ideas as they have came across, the interrogating the ideas of redemption the way the church has been teaching that. So we find a lot of conflicts in that way taking place over there. But the interesting aspect of it is that in many ways, we come across the ideas of liberation being articulated in the local context, and people frame their history in a way, responding to this question of liberation. But interestingly enough, we find the kind of ideas that really propelled this person, the author of the text. Because he was, a skeptic as far as religion was concerned, he tries to provide another kind of interpretation to this redemptive history. Obviously, he thinks that as we read the text, we will soon realize that he understands the redemptive dimension of religion, in this example Christianity, as very significant. But at the same time, he offers a critique of that. Now, when this history is written, here we find a very interesting kind of crossover of different kind of boundaries. For instance, he is not very much bothered about the kind of secular histories that people may want to talk about. So he actually brings together different kinds of narratives to complicate the ways in which people really experience life, to say that in spite of these complexities, we could talk about certain kind of redemption. So, and that one is from the sort of fallen state. I mean, these are all open to questions. But what I'm saying is that in the project of this author Kunjukutti Koruvanar, so there is a fallen state and redemption is required. So it is not the kind of fallen state from the dominant perspective as he thinks about it. He talks about it as something that has happened in the context of caste oppression, and then the need for redeeming people who have lost their selves. So this is a kind of ideas. But then he also is aware of the limits of that project. So that's why he says that even as they are talking about all this, the people are being constrained by the dominant caste Christianity. So this tension remains there. But I think the most significant aspect of this is the ways in which, in the local context, the idea of redemption, and then that redemption happens in the unfolding of a certain kind of history. That's also important. So these are this is the way in which it has been framed in that. So the other point is related to in certain migration narratives that we have been working with. So in which the whole idea of redemptive history gets rearticulated in the notion of New Haven and New Earth. This is something that has happened in the context of the writing of the history of migration of Dalits to Malabar region. And now I recall the ways in which social scientists and theologians like Michael Walzer, talking about the whole question of Exodus, and Exodus as a political metaphor, which was used in different contexts in the European context. And here we find, interestingly, in this, what I tentatively refer to as redemptive histories, people have used this notion of New Heaven and New Earth to talk about migration to Malabar, where they thought they will be able to secure a better life compared to what was happening to the Pulayas in Travancore in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, etc. And so when they write the history of that today, so it's a kind of ethnographic history that people write about. So they actually recall the whole movement of this community to Malabar as something like in search of a new heaven and new earth. And now the redemption happens. The narrative of redemption happens when they eventually realize the possibility of land ownership. And many people own land, not in any, not in any big way, in the sense that the extent of land that they could own ranged between, say, 1 to 2 acres, 3 acres, etc., not beyond that. Yet we find a very interesting manner in which they could rearticulate the notion of freedom, the notion of dignity, and so on, because they got liberated from the world of caste oppression of Travancore. And now that travel to Malabar is framed in the language of this exodus. This is nothing unique as far as this particular group is concerned, because in most of these migration narratives, Christians, which has been studied by many scholars, we come across the example of people using this Exodus narrative to talk about that. But here what happens is, interestingly, is that it is Dalit narrative, we find slavery as a very significant theme, which actually this particular theme helps them to relate a certain kind of connection with the historic slavery of the Israelites in Egypt. So slavery becomes a certain kind of, of course, a historical reality, but it is being reworked as a metaphor. And that metaphor actually helps them to connect with certain things of the past. So the redemptive history becomes active as we refer to this particular text. Redemptive history becomes very active, primarily because eventually, they had to move away from the Syrian church domination, and then establish their own churches, etc. Non Syrian, but Latin Catholic kind of churches. So these twists in religious histories and religious experiences have been talked about as another variant of the redemptive history. Now, let me, before ending, say that so these are instances where, I mean, at least in the case of the last example which I gave, the final example which I gave, the historians had already reached there. At least historians have been writing about migration, etc. But migration from a different perspective. But we do not find these narratives as being framed from the perspective of redemptive history. Now, going back in historical time, say if we want to look at the 19th century history of Kerala, particularly of the oppressed castes and so on, we see a variety of historical sources that talk about these redemptive histories. And now these redemptive histories have been there, yet historians were perhaps the last to reach there. This is a point I want to bring in. I may be wrong, but I'll be happy to be corrected. Historians were the last ones to reach there. But before historians reach there, we have others, writing about this, but not necessarily making a huge impact in terms of readership, articulation, and other forms of articulations and so on. Now, these sort of histories actually help us to think differently about the kind of histories that are being articulated. For example, the highly state-centric history of, which is being circulated today by the government of India and repeated ad infinitum by the in the print culture, they're talking about the 1,000 years of slavery of Indians. I mean, we all know how, foolish that argument is. They're referring to the Islamic, the sort of rulers who were Muslim, and their rule in India as the 1,000 years of slavery. But we know that, the slavery has been there for a very long, millenniums of history of slavery in India. We hardly see this, although historians have been talking about that. So my point is that the kind of redemptive history that I have talked about has the potential to challenge, the state-centric kind of narratives, state-centric dominant histories that are being articulated as official history now. So this is a point where I think the contributions of people like the late Professor Panikar becomes his contribution becomes very significant, because we have a situation where we bring in narratives that are not known beyond the local communities, to see that such narratives have the potential to undo the dominant narratives. And of course, we know that it is in the realm of the meanings in the symbolic realm and various other realms that the struggle actually takes place. Put it briefly, the struggle is in the realm of cultural production, where history becomes really significant, and this history, I think I follow this theme. The themes developed in silence in the past. So here we have different ways in which talking about, histories and look and list and really interrogating this whole phenomenon of silencing that is involved in history writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sanal Mohan. So now I request Professor Uday Kumar, former Professor, Center for English Studies. So his lecture is titled Thought, Affect and Personal Narration, Life Writing in Questions of Cultural History in Modern Kerala. Uday, please.
Thank you, Pooja. And I would like to begin by thanking KCHR for organizing this conference to not only honor but also to celebrate Professor K. N. Panikkar's contributions to India's and Kerala's academic and intellectual life. I am grateful to be part of this event of commemoration and intellectual homage. I remember Professor Panikkar's gentleness, warmth, and generosity from all the occasions when I have interacted with him. 2 decades ago, when I presented some thoughts on a few early autobiographies in Malayalam at KCHR at that time, if I remember right, I recall Professor Panikkar mentioning to me the diaries of Vaidyaratnam P.S. Warrior, which he had consulted while working on the changes in the position of Ayurveda in late 19th and the early 20th centuries. Professor Panikkar, as we all know, had a deep and nuanced understanding of the processes of social and cultural history and of the complexity of their interrelationships. When KCHR kindly invited me to join this event, I thought I would return to that initial conversation and present a few thoughts on some of the problems related to life writing and its relationship with history, which I have been grappling with in more recent times. I miss Professor Panikkar's presence here today, as I'm sure all of you do, and his responses and suggestions. I must also say that I feel, as always with gatherings of this kind, I feel somewhat inadequate in being part of a conference like this because my work does not really belong to the discipline of history. And my questions and my ways of approaching them are also, the priorities are somewhat different. However, like most students of the humanities who work with various forms of public expression, I also have been faced with questions that concern processes of historical change and their intelligibility. It's not easy to assign expressive forms in language with precision to a specific kind of inquiry with well-defined protocols. This is not only true about social history in the larger sense, but also more specific domains such as intellectual history or the history of ideas. This sense of complexity or difficulty arises from the nature of the relationship that expressive forms maintain with ideas, concepts, and arguments. I use the phrase expressive forms rather than more institutionalized terms such as literature or arts because expressive forms are distinguished less by their fictionality or aesthetic form than by the way they deploy what you may call an enunciative force in excess of their semantic dimension. The effective meaning of these forms and the value of the actions they perform often do not coincide with the semantic content of the statements made in them. Life writing may be seen as belonging to this larger territory of expressive forms, which also includes, as we know, political oratory, journalistic writing, a variety of forms of that kind. Forms of life writing, such as autobiographies, biographies, and diaries, we know that they straddle the traditional distinction between the fictional and the non-fictional. These forms claim to eschew fictionality insofar as fiction is understood in opposition to the real, but at the same time, they also share with fictional texts the status of being formed or fashioned or devised. Life narration involves a process of what you may call emplotment, creating a plot of some kind, of creating an intelligible life story from diverse experiences through selection, sequencing, narrative integration. Although the ground of life narration is an individual's life, and it is involved in the fashioning of a persona, that is not its sole objective. We know that in the context of India as well as Kerala in particular, several autobiographies in the 20th century, for instance, have been an important means of shaping our public memory of the past. In that sense, they belong to the larger arena of public history that Sanal Mohan spoke about. This is, of course, not the terrain of the professional historian. This is a different ambit where the public memory of the past is actually devised. This character of life writing is evident when we look at important autobiographies from Kerala in the mid-20th century. I worked long ago on some of them, and that's the context in which I had that conversation with Professor Panikar. Many of these texts were interventions in public debates on the past of various communities in the region at that time and their position in the emergent formation of Kerala. The autobiographies, for example, of people like Kanipayur Shankaran Namboodiripad, C. Keshavan, E.M.S. Namboodiripad, were directly engaged with questions of history and sometimes relegated their personal lives to the background. E.M.S. in fact said that there has been a complaint that my Atmakatha does not have enough Atmam in it. Looking back at such autobiographical interventions now, we may also want to inquire what sorts of subjects had the possibility of narrating their lives in public, and what sorts of lives counted as sites of thinking about shared past. But that's a question I did not really intend to pursue here. In any case, telling the story of one's life is not solely about recounting past events. Autobiographical writings contain moments of emotional intensity which crop up advertently or inadvertently in the midst of the account of events. This makes personal narrative a resource for a social history, not only of events, actions, and attitudes, but also of emotions and inner experiences. We are familiar with this as there has been rich research in Kerala and elsewhere on the emergence and shifts in specific emotions or emotion-laden relationships. For instance, romantic love, conjugal love, familial affection, or friendships. These studies have tried to understand private experience and emotions in relation to larger social processes. They have also made important contributions to a history of individuation and the emergence of the individual self-narrating voice. My concern in today's presentation is with emotions that appear in life writing in some tension with the narrative orientation of texts. These emotions do not usually appear as objects of self-conscious reflection by their writers. They often seem to seep into the tone of the narrative in gestures of hesitation, disavowal, or difficulty of direct acknowledgement. This is especially true about affects that are not frequently written about and do not have established descriptive templates. Unlike love or contentment or righteous indignation, affects such as discomfiture, Malayalam Valaima, shame, Malayalam, of course, Nanam would be the root word we are thinking about, disgust or arappa, grief, sangadam, appear to resist reflection and narrative elaboration. They surface as knots in personal narratives and demand a mode of attention a little different from what is usually used with life writing, where actions and attitudes conveyed through statements become our primary occupations. To take an example, Kanipayur Shankaran Namboodiripad Smaranagal, as we know, is not about private personal experiences. It's largely a descriptive account of caste-related customs that prevailed in Kerala society in his youth. The stories about Kerala society told in this autobiography were clearly part of a public intervention and were in accord with his polemical writings on Kerala history, directed against other writers and scholars like Ilangulam Kunyambilla, Puttezhuthi Raman Menon, etc. Interestingly, at one or two moments in this 4-volume narrative, there are personal emotions make a fleeting appearance. For instance, he mentions his sense of unease or valaima when he saw that the time-honored customs of caste deference, like non-Brahmin women taking off their blouses in his presence as a sign of respect, ceased to be observed. He felt this initially as a personal insult. But it's not difficult to understand this moment of valaima in relation to the thrust of Kanupayur's narrative. This unease is a product precisely of the process of social transformation that he recorded. However, there are other moments where Kanupayur's main narrative is disturbed by the fleeting appearance of a personal private emotion that is difficult to speak about. A key example of this is when he notes his sadness at discontinuing a sambandham relationship with a partner whose company was a source of joy to him. He does not tell us much about the person or their life together, but tells us that the disparity between the otherwise comfortable circumstances of his wife's Kovilagam and his own Sampradayam led him to end the relationship. He hints at the sadness, the pain caused by this decision, and this note of poignancy is all the more striking against the backdrop of the somewhat impersonal preoccupations of the text. All this is mentioned very briefly as if in an aside. The contrast between the ease with which Kanupayur could recall and document with delight the customs of a Brahminical caste society and the hesitation that shrouded his oblique expression of an intimate personal pain is striking. This hesitation may be seen as a symptom of conflicts at an affective level experienced while inhabiting a world that the autobiography presented as the defining terrain of his selfhood, the space from which he spoke, his voice came. The domain of intimate emotional relations we glimpse for a moment in this fleeting reference to sadness, where the secure comfort zone of habit and attitude came into conflict with personal desire and pleasure, reveals a plane of reticent subjective experience. This could surface only in a moment of stutter in his eloquent voice of reminiscence and historical narration. There are similar points, there are of different kinds, which come up in some of the other autobiographies as well. Like in C. Keshavan's writing, you often find a tension between the tone of recounting something from the past and the kind of interpretation or the position which is being advanced in the adult discussion of them. So this kind of disparity, like for example, his repeated visits to Kodungalur Parani, he first goes there as a child, then as an adolescent, enjoys singing the Parani Pata. Third time he goes an activist to put in to campaign against the custom. Now when he recalls these earlier incidents, the narrative is actually suffused with pleasure, even as it is embedded in a kind of analytical discussion of how primitive the custom is, how it should be banned. Yeah? Now, one might say that this disparity enabled Keshavan to write with a sort of double vision, which allowed him to record not only the past, which with its rejected values, but also the strange newness of the present practices which were coming in before they were subsequently normalized for Malayalis. Such points of dissonance are not uncommon in texts of life writing set in periods of transformation in social relations, moral values, and structures of feeling. The complex of conflicting feelings, the double vision, may perhaps be understood as a new and unfamiliar effect that has not yet been tamed by narration. How do we read these moments of an emotional tenor in relation to a larger history of thought and feeling? This is not a matter of understanding emotions as responses from a stable subject position to historical processes. These passages document self-intuitions which emerge at particular points in time and become available for public acknowledgement, obliquely, as we saw. A striking example of a historical inquiry into emotions that used a biographical method is, as most of us know, Caroline Steedman's Landscape for a Good Woman. Steedman combined the autobiography of her childhood with the biography of her mother and the social history of the working class in England in the mid-20th century. Interestingly, she attributed special importance to the emotion of envy as a key element in the expression of aspirations and refusals that marked her mother's life as a working class woman. Drawing on archival documents, personal papers, and objects, and her own memories of her mother, Steedman shaped a story of her own illegitimate birth, disqualification by state agencies, and her mother's envy and desire for a better life linked to a new cut of skirt, a new bearing of the body, and a new kind of home. Steedman's point was to move away from a moralistic attitude to envy found in prominent left working class histories of England in her time. Her work suggested that in order to see the radical and defiant aspects of certain forms of working class agency, one would need to free the understanding of emotions from moral appraisal and look at the work they performed in sustaining and altering an individual working class woman's relationships with herself, the institutions of family and home, and the world. Through her focus as a historian and as a daughter on an individual life accessed from intimate, difficult proximity, Steedman made an important intervention in the understanding of the subjective dimension of working class lives, which saw it not only as a miniature replica of the politically correct image of a class subject, but as a site of emotions that needed to be understood in non-moralistic terms. Moral appraisals of emotions presuppose an agentive posture of the subject. Even as emotions provoked by circumstances overwhelm us, we are held to possess the power to discriminate between appropriate and inappropriate emotions and between excessive and proportionate intensities and act accordingly. That is the idea of a moral estimation of the emotions. But this may not be true in situations where we are not in a position to reject or exercise control over the emotions or their magnitude. An unusual text from the 1920s, a diary kept by Vidwan Kelu Nair, is a striking instance of this. Kelu Nair was, as many of you may know, a Sanskrit teacher at Vijnanadayini school in Vellikota near Kanyangada, a Gandhian activist, a playwright, and the pivot of several cultural interventions. The diary spans the last 8 months of his 28-year-old short life and ends abruptly when he commits suicide. The diary entries record various activities of Kelu Nair, including his Gandhian constructive work, social work with the Dalits, and teaching at school, alongside emotions such as his excitement during Gandhi's visit in October 1927 and his alienation from his wife's house. His lack of money and at the same time his decision not to take a salary from the government until India became independent surface in the diary. The last entries of the diary do not tell us much except the sense of gloom that envelops his mind. The penultimate entry, 2 days before his suicide, even draws a graph to represent his mental state. When Kelu Nair's diary was published decades later, his death and his life writing were presented within a literary framework of romantic suicides, such as Idapalli Raghavan Pillai's suicide, which we know. We know that suicides have a paradoxical relationship with agency, they announce the sovereign autonomy of the subject and at the same time put an end to all possibilities of life and action. This is probably why suicides tend to provoke speculations on motives in particular. The diary entries of Kerala Nair abet and frustrate such speculation by making it difficult to extract an intelligible narrative that would explain his suicide. As if the emotion that prompted the last diary entries did not allow the door to language to be opened. The diary form is well known for its fragmentariness and spontaneity, but intense emotions uncontained by the narrative appear not only in these forms but in extended life stories as well. In fact, the dissonance between narrative form and affective force is at the core of the political impact of certain autobiographies, especially those that break away from hegemonic conceptions of the social. The most important examples of this have come to us probably from Dalit autobiographies, as we know from well-known writers, especially from Marathi and Hindi. Personal narratives by Sharan Kumar Limbale or Daya Pawar or Om Prakash Valmiki, for instance, present themselves as stories of struggle and of the affirmation of selfhood. The structure of these life stories highlights the struggle and progress, the autobiographical act itself serving as evidence for both these struggle and progress. Come to the point of writing the autobiography. However, the political impact of these autobiographies have come less from the assertion of agency than from searing experiences of humiliation and suffering to which their writing bears testimony, especially in their early chapters. It is not accidental that one of the major inquiries into the politics of emotions in India in recent decades was on humiliation in the seminal collection of essays that Gopal Guru edited called Humiliation, Claims and Contexts. Why does humiliation play a prominent role in these life narratives? Stigmatization, which forms the core of caste humiliation, resists being fully understood in terms of the economy of retribution and compensation that prevails in many other cases of oppression. The affective force produced by acts of humiliation has features akin to shame. Nanam keduttal, apamanikika. These also underline that connection between the emotion of shame and the emotion of humiliation. There are, of course, clear differences between shame and humiliation as concepts. While humiliation is a transitive act performed by a human agent on another human being, shame is considered intransitive, felt without external causation by the subject. The usage of shame as a verb, as in shaming, which can also mean humiliation, may complicate this distinction. Further, while humiliation is seen as producing anger directed at the external tormentor, shame is seen as resulting in feelings of depression and a lower estimation of oneself. However, a sharply contrastive distinction between humiliation and shame may weaken our ability to understand the debilitating nature of humiliation and the debilitating force of caste power. The destructive force of humiliation works by making it impossible for the victim to maintain the distinction between one's self-perception as a person with self-worth and one's forced degradation before others. If you follow insights from psychoanalysis, acts of humiliation may be considered as weaponizing the affective force of shame by directing themselves to the subject's constitutive lack or primordial sense of defenselessness. This produces a perverse double of shame in the subject, an inexorable wound of degradation, a nightmare of entrapment from which no new relationality can arise. The link between shame and humiliation also allows us to see why there is a tension between the plot line of these stories and their affective configurations. The movement from the position of the victim to the sovereign self that narrates a story does not repair or serve as recompense to the force of the initial injury. It is as if shame outlives the event and reproduces itself in retelling and reception. It's not surprising that Dalit narratives were initially met with considerable unease in the literary public sphere. This sense of unease arises from being confronted with an effect that cannot be translated without difficulty into compassion, indignation, or conscious avowal of solidarity. I went into some detail in this discussion of shame and humiliation because Dalit personal narratives in Malayalam do not always present descriptions of helpless passivity while recounting situations of humiliation. The accounts sometimes adopt a direct rejection or ironic acceptance of humiliating gestures and speech. Kallen Pokudan's autobiographies record instances where humiliation is countered by dissimulation and flight, or by defiance and direct confrontation. When asked to wash the plate or glass in which he was served food on account of his caste, Pokudan refused to comply and threw away the glass and the plate along with the water. Professor Kunyaman's accounts of humiliating experiences in school and college also showed defiance in refusing to eat the midday meal when a teacher taunted him that he was attending school only for that, or an ironic acceptance of the humiliating insult when a classmate referred to him as a beggar. You did not say anything wrong, he tells her. I am a beggar and my parents are beggars. This ironic endorsement of the ascribed status exposes the pretense of equality that communication in the liberal university maintains. Kunyaman's gesture signals an assertion of dignity without invoking attributes and abilities grounded in the lowest threshold of one's existence as fellow beings. It is from this ground that Kunyaman mounted his critique of caste power in the university. The rebellious tenor of these accounts in Malayalam may have links with the history of political agency in Kerala and idioms of defiance and refusal, which is often more easily available to male subjects. Salina Prakanam's account of her days in her pre-degree class is somewhat different from these, and presents a kind of searing ethnography of humiliation in institutions. I'm just quoting 2 lines from her. It was the physics teacher who harmed me most. I cried a lot standing in front of her. I don't even wish to remember her name. It is better that people like you do not come to college. You come here only to waste our time and ruin the name of the institution, she said. When I cried hearing this, she said, the place where your tears fall will be ruined. I hated the class, hated the teachers, hated the college. I felt that I would kill myself if I went to college again. While going to college, I used to feel like jumping out of the bus. It's important to note this intrusion of death into Prakanam's recollection of humiliation. Death punctuates both ends of her education, like inverted commas in the life writing. Her first day in school began with a relative's death and the sight of a dead body. She first entered the classroom wailing loudly. Her education ended with the suicide of her closest friend. She writes, when I lie in bed at night, I felt she was sitting next to me. She could not speak to me. From the bottom of a well, she raised a finger and asked me to save her. I had dreams like this all the time. I could not go to class in this situation. The trope of suicide recurs in Prakanam's story as a weapon of resistance in the Chengara land agitation, as we know. The modality of resistance, as Howard Kegel has powerfully argued, is not that of freedom and possibility. Freedom has the modality of possibility. Resistance, in contrast, has the modality of necessity or exigency. In this sense, the autobiographies of Pokudan, Kunyaman, and Prakanam break with the more dominant templates of political autobiographies, which are focalized on freedom and possibility. I shall conclude with a powerful recent piece of life writing that maps a zone of difficult effects for sketching an important moment of Dalit history and also the history of Kerala society. This is Rekha Raj's essay, Vairithyangalude Janitaka Oru Ammayum Magalum. Could translate it as a mother and a daughter on a genetic bridge of contradictions. This was reprinted as the second part of her small book A samam amma, or A is equal to amma. This intervenes in the history of familial relations and that of feelings. Raj's narrative unravels the mother-daughter relationship through an act of complex grieving and moves away from a structure of linear time to follow the force of emotions and the memory trails opened by them. Through discontinuous images, a picture of the mother emerges, always as viewed by the daughter narrator, in admiration, shame, anger, and impotent rage. Class and caste appear not as clear locations that give intelligibility to the events narrated, but as the fuel that feeds the perplexing force field in which the mother and the daughter are caught and which they are trying to make sense of. Raj speaks about her writing of this essay as cathartic. The word is interesting as it denotes the unleashing of emotions through an arrangement of narrative elements, as we know from tragedy. Memory images of incidents, conversations, and feelings crisscross to create this cathartic, unfinished work of grief, rage, aspiration, resentment, and love. As in the case of envy, it is through these emotions that we may access a chapter of social and cultural history, not only of Dalit families in a changing context of education, political activism, and class mobility, but also emotions, idioms of expression, and the publics with whom they can be shared. My aim in this brief presentation was to focus on difficult emotions that appear in life writing and resist narrativization, and indicate some of the challenges and possibilities they present for a history of thought and feeling in modern Kerala. When do certain emotions squeeze their way into the field of public expression through first-person narration? What does their entry tell us about the ways in which personal experience, its relationship with norms and societal practices, and the individual's own ability to express and reflect on them change? Such a history falls within the larger ambit of cultural history and has proximities, I believe, with intellectual history. However, the thrust of my discussion was to go beyond a history of attitudes that can be mapped into clear concepts and historically determinate ideas. In attending to emotions and affective structures, we may be able to get closer to a space that is not identical with consciously adopted postures and statements and at variance with the time schemes through which we usually think social processes. The temporality of habit, emotions, and that domain we may loosely refer to as the unconscious, which has the historical roots of which are actually far more extensive, is not the same as in consciously articulated stories of life narration. I do not wish to set up a simple dichotomy between these two levels. They intermesh with each other in inescapable ways. Their studies requires attending to textures of feeling and to non-agentive dimensions of human subjects. Such attention to life writing may be an important resource for a cultural history of emotions and subjectivities in modern Kerala. Let me conclude by thanking KCHR once again for inviting me to join this event of homage to the memory of Professor Panikar and recall once more his generosity as well as his deep engagement with Kerala's history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Uday. So, next lecture is by Manu V. Devadevan, Associate Professor of History, IIT Mandi. So his title is Against Law and State, a Dalit History from Southern Karnataka. So Manu is not feeling well, so he'll be joining online. So Hida, could you please connect? Manu, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Pooja, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, it's clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry I had to do this way. Something went wrong with my breakfast this morning and I've thrown up a few times. So I thought I should rest and have some lemon juice and speak from my room. It's not a very pleasant thing. I traveled all the way from Himachal Pradesh, and I'm just sitting about 50, 60 meters away from the venue. Uh, I have borrowed the title of one of K.N. Panikar's book against Lord and State for the paper today. But I'm not speaking about Malabar. Uh, Neither am I speaking about the colonial times. I'll be speaking about Mysore in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, focusing on a specific Kannada writer, Devanura Mahadeva. Now, this is a strategy. No disrespect meant to anyone. This is a strategy I'm told was perfected by the late A.K. Ramanujan. He would go to some college in Shimoga or Tumkur perhaps or Raichur and speak about Derrida or about Mukarovsky or about Roman Jakobson, and have all the people present in the audience spellbound. And then he would go to UPenn or maybe SOAS or Stanford and speak about an old woman living in a village in a remote corner of India who told a story about a merchant who sold a mirror in which you don't see your face but you read your mind. And he would leave the audience there spellbound as well. Now, now that's a trick that I've also learned to perfect gradually. So when I'm in Bengal, I speak about Punjab. When I'm in the midst of historians of modern Indian history, I speak about the Vedic period, perhaps. So today I'm here in Trivandrum, and I'm going to speak about Mysore. Mysore, in the literary terms, is a rather weird place, a strange place, so to speak. See, the first name that comes to our mind when we speak of Indian writing in English is R.K. Narayan. And the first name that comes to our mind when we speak of 20th century Kannada literature is Kuvempu. Both of them were contemporaries. Both of them lived in Mysore for more than 50 years, and they never met. And that I think is quite strange, And the author about whom I'm going to speak today, Devanura Mahadeva, has of course met Kuvempu several times, but for ideological reasons, that's quite weird for me. For ideological reasons, he never met R.K. Narayan. Now, what I'm going to do today is read parts of a paper that I wrote by way of an introduction that I wrote to a book that I've been editing for a while. I've been editing this for ages, actually. It was in July 2020, at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, that a professor from Delhi University called me, Sukrita Paul Kumar, to tell me about a series about Indian writers that she has been curating along with a colleague, Chandana Datta. So this is the Writer in Context series with Routledge has been publishing. They initially planned a 12-volume series, and now they've added another writer. So it's a 13-volume series. About 8 of them are already published. So there is a volume about O.V. Vijayan. There is one about Bama from Tamil. There is one on Indira Goswami from Assam. There is one on Magdulkar from Marathi. From Punjabi, there is Amrita Preetham. From Bengali, there is Mahashweta Devi and several other such writers. The one that they chose from Kannada was Devanura Mahadeva. And Sukrita wanted to know whether I was willing to do this, largely because my training has been in a kind of history of literature. So I studied the history of literature in Kerala from 1200 to 1800 CE. That's about 600 years. And I wrote a thoroughly bad thesis, and for some reason, both my external examiners, one of them my esteemed friend in the audience here, went gaga over it. But I owe my livelihood to this thesis. Without this thesis, I wouldn't have been a university professor. Had it not been the case, I would have discarded this thesis long back. Anyway, I've been continuing this work and extending the scope of it to understand 19th and 20th century Indian literature by focusing on a few writers. And incidentally, Mahadeva happened to be one of them, a good friend as well. So Sukrita wanted me to do this, and it took almost 6 years for me to complete the work for various reasons. Now I'll read I'll read parts of it right now, and I have a mandate that I should stick to the time, if possible, only 20 minutes because because we are running short of time. So I'll try as best I can to stick to my time. Devanura Mahadeva, a renowned Kannada literature, is among the most enigmatic and epoch-making of iconoclasts in modern Indian literature. Recognized primarily and much against his wishes as a Dalit writer, he is known for his invincible sense of justice, innovative literary sensibility, and continual aesthetic experimentations. His ambivalent approach to the world around him, which is at once diffident and plain spoken, meditative and rebellious, perceptive and passionate, is well known. He is now regarded by a section of the region's intelligentsia as the conscience keeper of the progressive sections among the Kannada speaking population, a position held previously by U.R. Ananthamurthy and before him by P. Lankesh. Beginning his public life during his college days as a rebellious writer and socialist activist, Mahadeva went on to become a leading crusader for the oppressed, a publisher, and a teacher turned agriculturist to eventually emerge as a multifaceted figure in contemporary Karnataka, donning hats as a politician, an advocate of organic farming, a campaigner for education in the mother tongue, a critique of economic liberalization and majoritarian religious fundamentalism, and an outspoken humanist public intellectual. His stature in Karnataka today is a product of this complex set of public engagements. Nevertheless, it is his role as a writer that forms the cornerstone of this stature, catalyzing the other roles that he has chosen to essay. Now, I'm really poor in my English language skills, so please forgive me for saying things like a cornerstone catalyzing certain things. Mahadeva is not a prolific writer, though. His fiction writing career spanned a mere 17 years, 1967 to 1984, during which he produced Kusuma Bale, which is a literary text which has often been called, for want of a better word, a novel. Odalala, a long story which Mahadeva has often chosen to call a novella, and 8 stories, short stories. His first book, Dyavanuru, appeared in 1973. This was an anthology of short stories that he had written until then, but Mahadeva chose not to include one of the stories, the very first story that he wrote, Kattala Thiruvu, The Dark Turn, in this volume. Never again did he write a short story. His collected work of fiction, which Lankesh published in 1992, was less than 200 pages in length. It is not unlikely that future editions of his work will be even shorter, for he has from very early in his writing career been unhappy with 2 of his stories, Datta and Undu Dahanada Kathe, that he believes are more descriptive than suggestive, and has been wondering for a while whether to discard them. When 4 decades of his non-fiction work, including surviving letters and transcripts of his recorded speeches, were put together in 2012, they formed an oeuvre of barely 300 pages. The 3 books that he published more recently weren't longer than extensive pamphlets. The influence that Mahadeva has had on the world of Kannada letters with this slender body of writings has been remarkably enormous. He is often identified, along with the poet Siddhalingaya, as a pioneer of Dalit literature in Karnataka. His work for the Dalit cause is legendary and controversial within the Dalit community, but Mahadeva has expressed discomfort with the use of adjectives such as Dalit, Muslim, and women to qualify a writer. I neither approve nor welcome it, he said in an interview in May 1993 when he was asked what he thought of being branded a Dalit writer. I try not to retain such labels in my memory. I brush it away as not my problem. The context in which Dalit literature emerged in Karnataka calls for some reflection. Mahadeva began writing in the late 1960s when the Navodaya, that is the Renaissance, and the Pragatishila, that is the progressive phases of modern Kannada literature, had come to pass, and literary practices were in the firm grip of the Navya writers. Navyas are the modernists in Kannada. Navya literature evolved in the 1950s with the poems of Yarmunja Ramachandra and M. Gopalakrishna Adiga. Vinayak Krishna Gokak's 1950 collection of poems, Navya Kavitegalu, registered the shift. In the following decades, these pioneering works of modernism in poetry began to influence prose writing when Anantamurthy, Lankesh, Yashwant Chittal, Shantinath Desai, K.P. Purnachandra Tejaswi, and others steered the Kannada novel and short story on an alternative course. The Navya writers spoke to the existential concerns and antinomies of Nehruvian India, but through idioms and ideational frames borrowed for most parts from the writings of T.S. Eliot, D.H. Lawrence, Sigmund Freud, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Albert Camus, a derivative discourse that hasn't gone unchallenged. It's H.S. Shivaprakash who has challenged the logic of the modernist writing in Karnataka. As it turned out, most Navya writers, like their Navodaya and Pragatishila predecessors, were Brahmins by caste. I have a footnote where I have a list of these writers: V.K. Gokak, Yarmunja Ramachandra, Gopalakrishna Adiga, U.R. Anantamurthy, Shantinath Desai, Yashwant Chittal, A.K. Ramanujan. A.K. Ramanujan was a Kannada poet. Girish Karnad, B.C. Ramachandra Sharma, Sri Ranga. Sri Ranga is Adya Rangacharya, known for his work on Indian theatre. He is the father of novelist Shashi Deshpande. T.G. Raghava, Sumatindra Nade, Gangadhar Chittal, Shankar Mokashi Punekar, K. Sadashiva, Deshpande Subbarao, name them, and they're all Brahmins. A trend that Kannada shared broadly with the neighboring Tamil. Exceptions were not unknown, but they remained limited. Writers of the Navya generation who did not adhere to any school of literature were also predominantly Brahmins. I'll not name them. Again, I have a long list of names. There was a striking absence of major Dalit voices in Kannada, both male and female, until the latter half of the 1960s. The only notable work by a non-Dalit that represented Dalit lives was K. Shivaramakaran's acclaimed novel of 1933, Chomana Dudi. Karan's novel was received with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. Critics in recent decades find it wanting on a number of counts vis-a-vis the sensitivity that Kuvempu allegedly brought to the representation of Dalit lives in his magnum opus Malegalalli Madumagalu, which is now available in a recent English translation. Kuvempu's work, which Mahadeva rates as the greatest novel written in Kannada, appeared only in 1967, the year when Mahadeva himself started writing. Literature and religious life, just give me a moment. Literature and religious life in Karnataka have been deeply influenced for several centuries by the work of a group of iconoclastic 12th century Shaiva saints, popularly called the Sharonas. It began with Madara Chennaiya, Dohara Kakkaya, Devara Dasimaya. Dasimaya's works have been translated by Ramanujan, and Adaya in the 11th century, and snowballed into a widespread trend in the 12th century. The best known among the saints were Basava, Akka Mahadevi, and Allama Prabhu, who were contemporaries in the 12th century. These saints challenged hierarchies based on caste and gender, rejected the idea of pollution, and promoted commensality. Many of them also rejected the temple and promoted individual worship of a personal linga without priestly mediation. This actually reminds me of a famous 11th century Vachana by one of the pioneers, Devara Dasimaya. He says in the Vachanas that if one is in need of physical pleasure, one should sleep with his wife rather than make another man do it for him. Similarly, if one is hungry, one should eat oneself and not make another man do for it. Similarly, if one wants to worship a deity, one wants to propitiate a deity, one has to do it oneself. There is no point in making a priest do it for him. So this is This is about 975 years ago in Karnataka. And today we have thousands of women in Kerala lined up for their rights to visit Shabarimala, and thousands of others who are lined up to prevent these former women from visiting. From the late 1950s, a new political image came to be crafted for the Sharonas, which represented them on the one hand as liberal democratic humanist crusaders against inequality, and on the other as champions of the Kannada language in opposition to Sanskrit. The figure of Basava was crucial for this discursive project. Born in a Brahmin family, he discarded the sacred thread at a young age and practiced commensality. Inevitably, then, the Dalit movement in Karnataka had to draw its resources, inter alia, from the life and works of the Sharanas. It is not for nothing that an important character in Mahadeva's Kusuma Bale is called Akka Mahadevi. Kusumabale, the novel, revolves around the idea of sambandha, relationship, drawn from a vachana of Allama Prabhu, which Mahadeva uses as an epigram after the prologue to his novel. From the late 1970s, the Dalit movement began to strategically invoke a set of oral legends, especially the ones concerning two saints from the Mysore region, Malay Madeshwara and Mante Swami. These saints from the lower castes were thought to have stood their grounds against an orthodoxy that inherited and corrupted the Sharana legacy. It was allegedly the mission of their lives to revive the ideas that Basava and the Sharanas had promoted. The two saints became the subject of numerous studies, including a number of doctoral dissertations. They formed the subject of celebrated literary works in Kannada, most notably H.S. Shivaprakash's plays Mante Swami Katha Prasanga, The Ballad of Mante Swami, 1991, and Madari Madaya the Cobbler, 1992, and Shivaprakash poem Uricham Malige, The Sweltering Footwear, 1991. The Sweltering Footwear is incidentally the title of one of D.R. Nagaraj's books in English. So he has chosen to call it The Flaming Feet. Where was I? Small wonder then that Mahadeva dedicates the Kusuma Bale to Malay Madeshwara. He identifies the saint as a tanner and calls him his ancestor. The distance that the Kannada world of letters had traveled between Navya modernism, dominated by the Brahmins, and Kusuma Bale, dedicated to a tanner, was indeed enormous. How did this change come about? This question is crucial for appreciating Mahadeva's life and works in context. At the beginning of the 20th century, only 5.4% of the population of India could read and write. The census figures for 19
Ida, could you please connect here? Those who are online, we are facing a technical glitch. Please wait. Sorry, Manu lost his net connection. He's joining again. Can you hear me now? Like, I'm- Hida, see stand. Manu, can you hear me? Manu, please unmute your mic. Manu, could you please unmute? Hida, please switch on his video. Please switch on his video. You have to unmute. Manu, you are on mute actually. You have to unmute. Hida, could you please check it like again? So he said he joined already. No, Manu, it's not showing on the screen. you can talk. Yeah. Please talk. Let me see.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. You can speak.
Hello?
Manu, please go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. So he's talking in my phone.
Okay. Hello. Can you just confirm if everyone is able to listen?
മനു എനിക്ക് കേൾക്കാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കേൾക്കാം. മനു സംസാരിച്ചാൽ മതി, ഞാനിത് ഫോൺ സ്പീക്കറിലിടാം. ഓക്കെ, യാ പ്ലീസ്. യെസ് പ്ലീസ് ടോക്ക്. ഈ ഫോണിൽ സംസാരിച്ചാൽ
At the beginning of the 20th century, Pooja, could you confirm if everyone is able to hear?
Yes.
Okay. At the beginning of the 20th century, only 5.4% of India's population could read and write. The census figures for 1951 tell us that the literacy rate had risen to 18.33. The percentile growth in this period is by no means impressive, but in terms of actual numbers, India now had over 66 million literates, which was more than the combined population of the United Kingdom and Canada at the time. Every fifth Indian continued in later times in the district of Mysore, where Mahadeva was born and raised. Literates swelled in numbers from 133,000 in 1951 to 532,000 in 1971. Mahadeva grew up in this milieu. Not much is known of Mahadeva's childhood other than a few freewheeling anecdotes that he remembers. Encouragement from a school teacher during his high school days made him consider writing seriously. In his late teens, he was drawn towards the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, the RSS, because of the Sangh's food distribution program in the years of India's acute food scarcity in the mid-1960s. This love for the RSS did not last long, thanks to the power of Ram Manohar Lohia's writings. In later years, Mahadeva was also influenced profoundly by Gandhi and Ambedkar, and came to believe, like his friend and literary critic D.R. Nagaraj, that the differences between Gandhi and Ambedkar were not really irreconcilable as is generally held. Mahadeva's first book, Dyavanuru, a collection of 7 short stories, appeared in 1973. That he named the book after his village, Devanuru, is striking as a political statement, especially owing to the colloquial form it takes, Dyavanuru, although none of the stories refer to the village by name. Every story appears to be from a different village, even when some characters tend to make their intertextual presence in more than one story. 4 of these stories, the first of the 4 stories that he wrote, with their long monologues and introvert dispositions, were written under strong modernist influence. 2 of them were structured as first-person accounts, a technique that figures at places in the other 2 as well. Marikondavaru begins in the first person, moves to the third person in the following paragraphs, and shifts to the first person again in a recurring zigzag movement that occurs effortlessly at most places. The use of the first person in moments of reflection or recollection brings greater levels of intimacy to the narration, but it is most effective when the situation is marked by an intense corporality of emotions. In a scene in Marikondavaru, where Lakshmi's fears are expressed, Mahadeva shifts to the first-person mode, which lays bare the woman's mind with dramatic intensity. And I quote a short excerpt from the story. I went into the room. Kittappa coughed, sat on the rope bed that was there before we started living here, was quiet for a while, and slowly reclined there. I held my breath in hand, spread the blanket in the room, lied down, drew a sheet over myself, and turned the lights off. It was dark. I closed my eyes, but sleep wasn't anywhere nearby. Many a memory of home. It is of considerable interest that Mahadeva Mahadeva often explored the ways of the mind in the early stories in a way that did not extend into an ideational realm or representation through the abstract, but reach out to the spheres of the everyday life within the contours of corporality. As with the later works where Mahadeva abandoned the ride behind the mind's trail, there is a guarded intimacy, an existential nowness bereft of choice, which governs thought, word, and deed. The opening lines of Grastaru is, in this sense, an exemplary judgment, in a manner of speaking, on the structure of Mahadeva's imagination. A short excerpt. There was the fear of sinking deep into the earth under the weight building up if I remained seated, lost in thought. Rising up, not looking this way or that, I couldn't picture what to do next. As I placed my steps gently, the shadow swelled, shrank, and disappeared in turn in the light from the lantern, making me restless. Engagement with Navya fiction also made Mahadeva consider stream of consciousness as a mode of crafting his story world. Undu Dahanada Kate comes close to this mode, as does Datta on a few occasions. The three later stories, Dambaru Bandadu on the coming of the tar, which is a famous story and often translated, Moodala Simeli Kolegile Muntagi, which means murder and whatnot in the eastern countryside, and Amasa is a proper noun, it is the name of a boy. These stories marked a new code. In retrospect, Mahadeva opines that they were resonating with the shift that Purnachandra Tejasvi had brought into effect in his 1971 story, Abachurina Postafisu. The expressive possibilities that Abachurina Postafisu opened up encouraged Mahadeva to begin his experiment with form, and he tried his hands successfully at storytelling in Amasa, reportage in Dambaru Bandadu, and the narration of a connected chain of events, as in Moodala Simeli. In a set of reflections on his stories, Mahadeva identified the Navya-influenced works, the modernist-influenced works, as stories that were made, Kattida Kathegalu, and the stories written under Tejasvi's influence as stories that were born, Huttida Kathegalu. Now, whether born or made, Amasa and Dambaru Bandadu have turned out to be the best remembered and widely discussed of his short stories. The Dyavanuru stories are products of a rebellious mind, and the rebellions that the story embody are iconoclastic. In Datta, Anandu, the protagonist, refused to attend his adopted father's funeral and showed signs of promiscuity towards his biological sister, whom he had never seen before, because he was given away on adoption earlier in his childhood. In Undu Dahanada Kathe, the narrator impregnates Kamali, a girl from another caste, and much against the council of the village panchayat, elopes with her. Veera and Lakshmi in Marikondavaru have eloped too, although their relationship is now in strain following Lakshmi's affair with the headman's son, Kittappa. Rangappa in Moodala Simeli refuses to chop firewood for the headman's wife, not so much by resolve as by lack of physical strength. These rebellions were against the existing state of orthodoxy in rural India of the time and not directed only at caste iniquities. All the same, Mahadeva was cautious in presenting them as symbolic, unlike the call for insurgent action for which Siddhalingaya's poems and H.S. Sivaprakash plays were known. Rangappa did what he did for want of physical strength. Others lacked the courage. Veera's fury at Kittappa was vented out when, under the influence of liquor, he could barely sit. And Siddhappa, the railway gangman in Amasa, was on unsteady feet when a belly full of spirit made him say, "We must have communism. You guys laugh at us. Your laughter should come to an end. And for that purpose, we need communism." The Dyavanuru stories are invariably stories of men presented through the male gaze. They generally center on a male protagonist, and when this isn't the case, the discursive apparatus remain male-driven. Women such as Lakshmi in Marikondavaru, the nurse in Moodala Simeli, and Bangari in Amasa have a mind of their own and make choices, including surreptitiously made sexual choices. Yet, They are products of a liberal patriarchal imagination not prevailing enough to decenter the masculine. The stories are invariably set in villages in the first 3 decades after independence, and as a rule features despotic headmen, a Gauda or a Patel, whose large estate employs bonded labor. The villages already have government-run schools and health centers, privately owned flour mills, and people who have watched the occasional film and read the printed book. They are now being introduced to things more modern, such as the tarred road, electric streetlights, and even communism. Against this backdrop, the stories in Davanuru explore poverty and discrimination, unemployment and development, marital fidelity and the crisis of identity, and lewdness and village politics. The two works that Mahadeva produced after Davanuru, Odalala is the depth of the frame, depth of the body actually. In Malayalam it would be Udalalam, Udalinde Aram. And Kusumabale unraveled a long way from had traveled a long way from the male gaze of these stories. This was not because the women's question was beginning to come up in forceful ways in a few women writers' works, such as M.K. Indira's Paniyamma. There were now men who could write with a feminine sensitivity. One name more than any deserves special mention here. Friends with Mahadeva and briefly teacher to him in college, Sri Krishna Alanahalli told a searing story of joy, jealousy, ambition, lust, helplessness, vengeance and change in his 1974 novel Parasangada Gendetimma the Performer. The world of letters stood up to acknowledge in ways that it hadn't since Anantamurthi's Samskara in 1965. The novel was adapted successfully into films in Kannada, Tamil and Telugu. The novel told the story of how the arrival of the women's bra, the undergarment, caused rage and turmoil in rural Mysore in the early 1940s, leading to tragedy and the change that followed in its wake. It will be a fruitful exercise to read Odalala alongside Parasangada Gendetimma, a Mysore-centered exercise in intertextuality. The settings resemble one another and several of the characters share a few shades of likeness, but Alanahalli is an epic compressed into 200 pages. Mahadeva's an extended sigh of helplessness in which little vapors of a triumphant artifice float. Odalala is the work where the reader finds Mahadeva at his storytelling best, but in the end, Mahadeva's minimalist proclivity produces not so much a story, but a set of moving slice-of-life pictures that ruffle up a restlessness that is an uneasy blend of care bordering on empathy and anger bordering on self-contempt. There is compassion in this gaze and the awareness that the male gaze which had structured the stories in Davanuru will do a disservice when directed towards the characters in Odalala. The narrator's gaze and his storytelling skills have become pronouncedly feminine now. Mahadeva's authorial gaze changes once again in Kusumabale before relapsing in his later works of non-fiction into a preeminently male gaze. Invoking Malay Mahadeshwara and Allama Prabhu at the beginning of the novel should give the readers a sense of the gaze in Kusumabale. The archetypal saint sees everything and sees nothing, and he also sees the one through the other. This omniscient gaze is Kusumabale's biggest strength because it absorbs everything, including a critique of Mahadeva himself, and allows them to leave, not holding on to anything. It is the novel's biggest weakness as well. Many a critic found the novel unintelligible or difficult to engage with. This had as much to do with the text's exceptional narrative structure as with the language used. Mahadeva produced a language of his own, indebted in most parts to the colloquial Kannada of the region between Nanjanagud and Kollegala in southern Karnataka. The result was a difficult text, something of a Kannada equivalent of the Faulknerian Sound and Fury. His friend and sometime mentor, Lankesh, said that Kusumabale needs to be translated into Kannada, while another critic, P.K. Rajashekar, went to the extent of calling it a text written in bad faith. The text lacked the center, D.R. Nagaraj observed. Mahadeva is clearly a saint's gaze in the Kusuma Bale. It is for this reason that Chenna's father, Chenna is a major character in the novel. He doesn't figure anywhere in the novel, but at the very beginning of the novel, his death has been announced. But his parents are not aware of his death. It is for this reason that Chenna's father wants to see Chenna, if not as Chenna himself, then in any other form that he might present himself in. And Chenna's mother concurs. She now only wants to know whether his son will return, no matter in what form. Little excerpt. If our acts are pure, he'll come to us one day or the other, in one form or the other. He might come to us in the form of a soothsayer. He might come to us in the form of a mendicant. He might come to us in the form of a sorcerer. This is the father speaking, and the mother says, no matter in what form, my dear, someday, at least once, will he come? The father replies, why not? Why won't he come? Relationships are prodigious, my dear. Relationships are prodigious, my dear, Mahadeva wrote and concluded his novel with a short epilogue in October 1984. He hasn't written a word of fiction since. On the last day of October 1984, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was assassinated. She had come to power in January 1966 as a reticent woman whose long apprenticeship in politics had nevertheless not prepared her for the office. Her resolve and mettle began to show off only towards the end of the decade, but already in 1967, she appointed P.N. Huxer as her secretary, expressing the desire to function autonomously of her cabinet and the bosses in the Congress party. That Mahadeva began writing fiction in the summer of 1967 and brought this phase of his life to a close before the fall of 1984 is a coincidence, but there is more to it, as we shall presently see. This is followed by a fairly long discussion I have made where I discuss an interesting aspect of Mahadeva's imagination. Mahadeva's imagination is thoroughly sensual, so to speak. He invokes the dichotomy between light and darkness in almost every work of his. There is twilight, there is darkness falling, and then there is darkness and light coming from a match that has been struck to either to light a beedi or to light a lantern. Then there's a distant lantern, light coming from there. So there's a very curious way in which light and darkness figure in his writing. So also sound. He refers to he invokes various kinds of sounds. There's darkness and one can hear the barking of a dog. There is a bell ringing in a temple, and there's a drum beat coming from sound of a drum beat coming from a procession. There's a drunkard at a distance yelling at the whole world. And then Mahadeva invokes taste of food of various kinds, of sweet, of meat, and so on. So that's about 3,000 words of discussion, which I have to skip. Unfortunately, that is actually the most interesting part of this lecture. I'll go on to the last section. As we have seen, Mahadeva's fiction writing years coincided with the Indira Gandhi regime. A significant component of the zeitgeist of those years was a politically decisive hostility towards landlordism and a call for land reforms. The land reform legislation that the provincial governments brought into force in the 1960s and 70s and their effects on agrarian relations and the peasantry in India are not unknown, but they are underscored somewhat impressionistically and haven't been appreciated in the actually existing academic literature on India's 20th century history with the seriousness they merit. For other than the spread of literacy in the first half of the 20th century that we have taken note of earlier, nothing since the permanent settlement of 1792 and subsidiary alliance of 1798 had changed in the human life in India as decisively and dramatically as the land reforms of the Indira Gandhi years. Its history is checkered, its consequences varied. The beneficiaries of land reforms were mostly from the agrarian peasantry, coming from an assortment of castes that has since come to be identified as the other backward classes, the OBC. Land reforms did not aid the Dalits in Karnataka in their economic and political progress. What the Dalits in Karnataka wanted most at the time was land, and many a Dalit had come to realize that becoming literate was perhaps not as big a struggle now as securing possession of a piece of land. The Dalita Sangharsha Samiti, which was the frontal organization of the Dalits in Karnataka, intervened into a variety of issues that concerned the Dalits, but their sustained campaigns across Karnataka centered on land grievances. Mahadeva produced his fiction in this zeitgeist. His works were essentially accounts of agrarian relations, ethnopoetic stories of people who can or cannot enjoy a piece of land the way an individual enjoys the senses. Enjoy, anubhavisu, is a Kannada word that signifies pleasure as well as ownership of land. Marikundavaru, Grastaru, Moodalasimeli and Amasa are stories that tell the readers what it means for the landless to live in rural India. They are also more than telling on what it means to be landed, as Rangappa, the protagonist in Moodalasimeli, learns while listening to the words of the school teacher silently. There's a school teacher in the village who is a Brahmin by caste, and the school has a new teacher who is a Dalit, and both teachers are friends with one another, and they're having a conversation. And this Dalit school teacher happens to be from the same caste as Rangappa. And this is what the teacher is speaking and what Rangappa is hearing. A little excerpt. His words came to the account of his transfer to this village and on the construction of the house. It came to the account of the festival, sacred days, marriages and investitures in the village, and how he became a part of the village for rites and ceremonies. It came to how he acquired a field. It came to how he had thought through some means sunk a well. Rangappa thought that it was getting late and said, "Let me take leave, master." In his later years, in his non-fiction writing years, Mahadeva wrote an outline history of the Tagaduru Dalit struggle for land, which has been a major land struggle from the 1940s to 70s in southern Mysore. He also wrote a short piece on a certain Yejuraya, a Dalit who had acquired some land but eventually happened to lose it. Mahadeva is a recollection of his meeting with Yejuraya, a little excerpt. The roof of the rear of the house hadn't been tiled yet. He had acquired the housing plot for 250 rupees when he had the paddy field and lived in relative comfort. Now he and his son had obtained a loan of rupees 500 each for release from bonded labor. He has spent this release money, on petitions and travels for land and for food and clothing. Finally, I asked him with a sigh, "What will make your family live with 2 square meals a day?" Yejuraya replied, "Coolie work won't eliminate our poverty, sir. We want land." "We want land," Yejuraya said. That's precisely what Dalit movements of the 1970s and 80s, from the Dalit Panthers of Maharashtra to the Dalita Sangharsha Samiti of Karnataka, were saying. It gave the movement a clear vision and an unprecedented vitality, and it gave Mahadeva a rich soil for his sensuously charged imagination to take roots. Kusumabale begins when Akka Mahadevi returns to her husband's house a few years after the husband's death to claim a share of the property. She is not given the land. She is thrown into the family's grazing ground. Without
Manu,
pretext.
Manu, can I interrupt? Manu, hello. Manu, hello.
When in addition to the Bofors and the Punjab crisis, the Shah Bano case and its fallouts, the campaign for Panchayati Raj, Mandal Commission, Ayodhya, and some years later, the GATT agreement began to jostle with one another for news coverage. The Dalita Sangharsha Samiti had also begun to spread itself thin, and the centrality that the land question held in earlier times withered away swiftly. Mahadeva was now a multifaceted figure in Karnataka and called upon to comment on current affairs with increasing frequency. He campaigned for schooling in the mother tongue as the medium of instruction. He emerged as a major voice in the Kannada-speaking region against economic liberalization and communalism, and the preeminent voice thereof, so to speak, after the demise of Anantamurthy in August 2014. The transformation of his public image came with a major contradiction as far as his practice of writing was concerned. Mahadeva constantly experimented with form. From the realism in Marikundavaru to the oral epic structure of the Kusumabale, his experiments had grown in complexity. His conviction that a writer must consistently break his or her own form to produce newer ones did not allow him to relapse into realism. But as Mahadeva's interest diversified and his involvement in political life deepened, the responses in the non-fiction writings he produced turned increasingly realistic and strewn with humor, anger, and sorrow. In other words, it moved in the inverse direction vis-a-vis the trajectory of his fiction. There was much in this non-fiction to make for lively works of fiction, even when one did not really overlook the haute couture rhetoric which questions the fiction-non-fiction divide. There were perhaps ways of resolving this contradiction, perhaps not. It is beyond us to judge in matters concerning creativity. But Mahadeva did not resolve the contradiction. Instead, he stopped writing fiction. Naively, perhaps? Mahadeva is an important writer and one of the historically significant literary voices that Karnataka produced in the 20th century. Even the harshest critics of Kusuma Bale don't fail to admire Odalala, Amasa, and Dambaru Bandadu, the admiration often bordering on reverence. That he did not produce a work of fiction after 1984 is as much a tragedy as it is an enigma. But our man, Devanura Mahadeva, only knew how to get into the depth of the frame with all his senses awake, how to get into Odalala, not how to overwhelm the travesty called time. Thank you very much.
Manu, hi, I'm cutting the call, okay? Hello. I'm so sorry, we are so sorry. We can go for lunch and we'll start after the lunch around 2:15. Is that possible? Yes, please. We have Gopal Guru, he'll be joining online for the next session. And after that, we'll have Shabnam Hashmi and Anandi Shanmugam joining online. Then we'll have the memorial session around 3:30 p.m. where M.A. Baby will be joining, Professor Panikar's daughters will be joining, Professor K.M. Shiba is here, and Abhilash Mare will also be joining in Malvika too. He'll be joining 4:20. 4:20. Yeah, maybe we can.
Hello.
Hello, Professor.
Yes.
Can we start at 2:15?
Oh, what is happening here?
There are some technical issues. So
Okay. Let me know. Just call me when you are about to start.
yeah. Sure,
Just
sure.
call me. I don't want to sit in front of this one.
Yeah, sure.
Uh,
Thank you.
So those who are joining online, I request you to kindly wait. So we had an extended lecture by Manuvi Devadevan, so we are running short of time. So we went for a lunch break, but we'll be starting it in exactly 2:15. Professor Gopal Guru will be giving the lecture. So please wait. So welcome back, everyone. So we are having our next session, that is cultural activism. We have Professor Gopal Guru, former Professor, Center for Political Studies, JNU New Delhi. His title is History as a Pedagogy. So I invite Professor Guru to give his lecture. Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear
Okay.
you,
You
but
can
you can't
adjust
see
the
this.
camera if you want a little bit.
No, no, this screen is, I don't know how to remove the screen. There's a poster interrogating the past today. Anyway,
No, no, but we can see you. That is just a second screen.
no problem. So let me first of all pay my tribute to Professor K.N. Panikar, whom I knew from for long years, and I actually had a very close conversation with Professor Panikar on the issues of nationalism, issues of culture, and the issues of secularism. I would like to share with all those who are actually present in this webinar that he was very important person in actually uh, make in bringing the issue of caste and class together and thinking about both the issues with uh, deep concerns. He was actually one of the members who actually helped us in putting or starting Dalit Intellectuals Collective that was started in 1993 after the demolition of Babri Masjid. Professor Thopper was also the part of this exercise. So he was a great intellectual and moral support in this endeavor to start thinking about uh, secularism from the point of view of the Dalit perspective. So, but now we can put this views on his and the uh, reading material that was there when he was present in the Dalit Intellectual Collective. We can publish it later. But my sincere tribute to Professor Panikar. We thought he would go, I had the chance to meet him as Pooja knows in his house. I couldn't really believe that he is no more. So this is my sincere tribute to Professor Panikar. Now I have decided to speak history as pedagogy, and I need about 20 minutes, Pooja. Yeah. Hello, can everybody hear me? Hello.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, so I am just confirming whether everyone can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the history as pedagogy or pedagogy, before I actually uh, delineate on the importance of history as pedagogy, let me actually make some uh, uh, disclaimers, or let me delimit my own talk in the context of the difference between what is pedagogy and what is demagogy. Otherwise, you'll have a confusion. History as pedagogy should not be taken for a ride to say that pedagogy is demagogy. It is not. Demagogy necessarily creates in a person a strong desire to think ahead of the historical subjects, all the silenced voices of history, and a strong desire to think ahead of this historical subject and wants to show more than him or her own capacity to transit and transmit knowledge. So there is a strong desire to think ahead of the historical subject. At the same time, also claim that he or she has a unique capacity to transmit the knowledge to the historical subject. But while in pedagogy, one thinks with the people and makes the history of the subaltern one's own history. So he is not or she is not outside the history of the subaltern, the invisible voices of the history. I mean, Ranajit Goa calls it small voices of of the history, but I am calling invisible voices, and these are basically the untouchables and the tribals. And the pedagogue does not treat himself or herself over and above the history of laboring intellectuals or the common masses. This is very close to Eric Hobsbawm's understanding of history, the conceptual history. So the point, first disclaimer is about pedagogy should not be taken as demagogy. And there's a difference between the two. And I try to make the difference very clear. Secondly, pedagogy is also not advocacy. Pedagogy is devoid of arrogance and coercion. Historical experience is not about others. It is not about others, but that which is common with others. So I think this is a very important point that we have to keep in mind. And I am repeating this point for my own clarification. Historical experience is not about others, but that which is common with others. And history as pedagogy can be called a conversation with others. So history as pedagogy can be called as conversation or a free conversation with others. There's no coercion involved in this. There is no pedantic move involved in this. This is, I think, a very democratic view of looking at pedagogy as the tool to engage with others with free conversation. So pedagogy is not advocacy. And the third point I think is very important, but at the same time problematic. Can we really call liberal imperialism or liberal colonial state as pedagogy? Did they have pedagogic agenda to actually teach modern values to the people, the colonial population? And the post-colonial theories would take serious objection to this because they think that the imperialists had this agenda of talking down, ignoring the voices that are there in the in the colonial societies. But if you ask some people, particularly women, if they are taught that there are certain, or they are not taught, they are convinced about certain practices that are really inimical to the very freedom, to the emancipation of women, like the practice of sati. So they would say pedagogy is welcome. Or you can say the Shudras and the Ati Shudras, as defined by Jyotirao Phule and later on by Dr. Ambedkar, they would say, look here, Indian society was to be taught what is good in favor of humanity. And therefore, they would say that don't throw the baby along with bath water. They would say, look, pedagogy is needed, but not always. So both of them were critical of the British imperialist pedagogy. So this is what is the third point, which is a problematic point from certain point of view. Now, these are three points I thought I would share with you as a part of a disclaimer. Now, the point that I would like to raise is that, why do we require history as pedagogy? If history is actually consists of reason that human being actually develops after the society, civilization actually departs from nature and becomes cultural landscape, you require a reason to actually understand the asymmetries that are created after the society actually has departed, separated from nature. In nature, there are no asymmetries I mean, asymmetries are there, but they are not actually defined by human being. Human being as reflective being uh, is is capable, as interested in actually defining what are the fault lines in our society, what are the structures of asymmetries, and how to deal with those structures of asymmetries. And so that reason comes into play to define the boundaries, the contours of contradictions. And therefore, I think reason plays an important role. But a human reason uh, cannot become automatically articulable, or it doesn't become articulable on its own. It requires a push. It People need to be brought to the frontiers of the threshold of reason, so to say. Or one can say differently, one can bring the reason to bear on the sensibilities of people. To bring the reason to bear on the sensibilities of people is done by the exercise of pedagogy. Pedagogy has a function to bring reason to bear on the sensibilities of people. And those people who otherwise are not very aware about the source of reason which is lying in them. So this is one important theoretical point that has to be kept in mind. I'm suggesting that there are common people who are actually on the other side of contradictions, the side of opposite side of contradiction, and these people who are on the side of the opposite side of contradictions. Both of them basically the people who are on the opposite side of contradictions always have that moral compass in them, which is they are available in them. And that moral compass which covers the disposition of what is wrong and what is right, what is good and what is evil, uh, has to be uh, has to be brought to the realization of the people who have this compass. So for example, these people respond to this compass, they decide what is good, and they are aware about what is good and what is bad, what is fair, what is unfair, what is injustice, what is justice. And this judgment is the part of moral compass. And that compass, but that judgment or the expression of the judgment happens only in the spiritual time, not the concrete material historical time. The awareness about the moral compass or the expression of the moral compass happens in the spiritual time and not in the concrete historical times. What do I mean by spiritual time? That your 13th century, 14th century, the saints from the untouchable caste did speak about their own problems of discrimination, problems of untouchability. But that was in the spiritual time. They did not fight against those people who actually were responsible for actually creating this problem. So though you require to push people uh, uh, to confront the structures of oppression, discrimination, humiliation, exploitation in the very concrete time. And so for that you require pedagogy as the tool to bring people to this awareness and to the real confrontation in the historical times. And this is for bringing people to this real confrontation in the society, you require some examples. And sharing examples is a pedagogical exercise. So those people who actually are steering the people to the historical task of coming in confrontation with the oppressor, you require to offer certain examples from the history. And history is not without the examples. History against exploitation and domination has been there. So you have a long list of dissenting tradition, philosopher who dissented against, for example, Brahmanism in our country is starting from Charvaka to Buddha, to Tukaram, Jyotirao Phule. There's a long list of people from Tamil Nadu to North India. The whole thing is, and then so the scholars, philosophers, like, how actually use these examples as a pedagogical tools to trace on the emancipatory ideas of freedom, justice, dignity, to overcome the fetters of history. So you find that, Jyotirao, Tukaram, and I'm just giving examples of these people because I'm more familiar with these people. Tukaram, the Warkari, big thinker, Jyotirao Phule and Babasaheb Ambedkar actually are quoting Buddha to mobilize people against their own exploitation, against the exploitation that was done by the caste structure. Therefore, I think you require these examples. Now, there's another example that is in circulation these days. The example that actually is in the historical development that happened around Bhima Koregaon, and Ambedkar actually interprets Bhima Koregaon as the battle for freedom and for the battle against social oppression of the untouchable that they had to face in the Peshwa rule of 18th and 19th century. So now you can find that people are actually mobilizing, galvanizing their action, of course, symbolically, on the 1st of January 19, every year of 1st of January. So that is a known history, as we know. So I don't want to make, I don't want to elaborate on this point any further. There are other examples from world history as well. And Ambedkar does that, uses that as a pedagogical tool to mobilize people, to impress upon them the importance of how certain conceptual categories of freedom, justice, fraternity, and equality are important. And Ambedkar quotes the 1789 French Revolution, that happenings there in France. So you find that there's a reference to sources from examples from India and examples from outside India as well. So the pedagogical exercise has a wide canvas, so to say, that has been used by Dr. Ambedkar. So this is important, but you don't require. Pedagogy doesn't really involve only the narrative mode of explaining to people the moral significance of the historical struggles that took place over a period of time. His pedagogy also becomes activated or mediated through the language of emancipation. And those people who are involved in creating alternative history, so to say, or history from below, need to have certain conceptual language at their disposal to mobilize people around that language. And you find that, the word non-Brahmin is the word that is actually the struggle. It's a struggle concept. It's not the concept which is given, which is taken from any textbooks or which is given by some person, some Mahatma, for example. It is actually coined and given shape, consolidated through the struggle of the non-Brahmins against Brahmanism. This is one. Then the other concept is Dalit concept. The Dalit concept is also a concept, struggle concept, which is developed through the struggle, because they are also wanted to name their own history by giving name to it as a Dalit history, and that is the word Dalit is actually the concept which is basically interrogatory, political. It finds its own position in the contradiction between Brahmanism and emancipation. And so this is something which militates against which militates against the understanding that is given to us, that as a Dalit is downtrodden, suppressed, oppressed, trampled down. So this is not at all the meaning of Dalit. The meaning of Dalit is something which is radical, confrontational, forward-looking. And so that is a very transformative meaning of Dalit. Therefore, in pedagogy, you find that this word Dalit is given a flight, which is not to be reified into the experience of untouchability. Actually, it overcomes it is trans-historical. It gives a new direction to your emancipatory purpose. And so, if you look at even Bhima Koregaon, this is not something which is to be celebrated as a battle, as a valor. Actually, it is a very limited understanding. If you look at this, it is something which is transcendental in the sense that you are talking about the conceptual history. You are actually processing your thought through this historical development. And what is that thought? Thought is that that underscores the importance of equality, freedom, and justice against this oppressive structure that was actually entrenched by the Peshwais of the 18th and the 19th century. Now, this is not only for the untouchables or for the Dalits or for the lower caste. It is also for those people who are on the side of the oppressed, on the side of the oppressor. So the pedagogical exercise involves not simply enlightening, awakening, teaching, whatever word you use, you would like to use for the untouchables only, but for the touchables as well. So there is some kind of a elevation of the historic the transformative history. History is being transformed from the states of reification, estrangement to freedom, and so it is also a transvaluation of those people who otherwise are stuck up, so to say, in this state of servility, slavery. It's not slavery, but servility, untouchability, and they want to struggle to get out from the servility into and reevaluate themselves into the higher forms of values like Maitri or dignity or freedom. So that is the pedagogical significance that we come across in the efforts that some of the non-Brahmin leaders and thinkers handle. So through pedagogical exercise, what we really have to keep in mind is that it actually develops not the consciousness of revenge or retribution. That would be a very limited and self-defeating exercise, self-defeating understanding of pedagogy, history as pedagogy. To give a different emancipatory angle to this history as pedagogy, one has to think about it in a very reflexive manner, that it actually creates transformative potentials among the people. It doesn't really, I mean, we shouldn't look at say, Bhima Koregaon as a battle which has really taken revenge against the Brahmanical forces. No, that would be a very self-defeating understanding of history. We should always think about it to see that, history as pedagogy has to be used to see that, we should handle history in such a way that we don't reproduce the same mechanism of operation, exploitation, humiliation, of which we were the victim at the first instance. Let me repeat this point. We should actually use pedagogy, history as pedagogy, not to perpetuate the mechanism of exploitation, not to repeat the role of the oppressor. How can you be oppressor if you are given the chance? You can't be oppressor. So therefore, I think so when we are re-looking at the historical developments, we should have a very fresh understanding, a very new transcendental, transformative understanding, because you have to take a lead in terms of setting new values for creating new society, and I would say a very popular word, decent society without tension and exploitation. But who can take this lead? It's only those people who are the small voices of history. And this is what was the core of Professor Panikar. When I was reading his article on nationalism, and I had a long chat with him on nationalism, that his reference is only the sacrifice that Rohit Vemula made was important for actually developing an interrogation of the educational system in this society, in this country. So I think we should give a very, not only critical. We should not only use pedagogy as critical tool, but pedagogy as a very compassionate tool to give a different, very normative angle to our history. So I think I'll stop here. If there are questions, I'll be happy to take those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gopal Guru. So we don't have a session for discussion, so we'll move to the next session. Thank you so much.
Okay, is that fine?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Since it's a commemorative event, so we decided not to have a discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So now we have Shabnam Hashmi, social activist and human rights campaigner. So her title is The Battle for the Everyday, Reclaiming Our Personal and Public Spaces in Memory of Professor K. Panikar.
Thank you very much, first of all, KCHR, for inviting me here. Passing of KN, as I called him, is a very deep personal loss to me, both as a friend, as a mentor, as a guide, and a person with whom I worked for 38 years, beginning with the murder of Safdar, formation of Sehmat, and till very recently. KN was not only a friend, he was my, as I called him, my ideological crisis manager. Every time I was on crossroads about any political issue, I would reach out to KN and I would ask him the way forward, what to do and how to go about it. And KN would always listen, give advice, and give a way forward to whatever I was engaged in at that point of time. I don't have enough time to talk about the 38 years of work together, and also this is an academic commemorative conference, and so far everyone who has spoken here has mainly spoken about KN's academic work as a historian, as an intellectual, as a very prominent, one of the most prominent public intellectuals of this country. I am neither a theoretician nor an intellectual. I'm a grassroots activist. And somehow the journey together has been very interesting, but of give and take with a prominent intellectual, but I am not equipped to talk about his academic life and his academic works. I would just share, because also most of the people mentioned that KN was an activist, but what he did as an activist was not mentioned here. So I thought I will very quickly go through various things and various programs that he was involved in and the discussions which we had. After the formation of Sehmat, I should also say that he was never officially a part of the Sehmat Trust. He was too independent and to be, I think, part of an organization which was so closely associated with an organized left party. But he was always very active. He was there in most of the discussions that took place whenever anything was conceived, any new program, any new action was conceived, he was there. And from the 1990s, when the Rath Yatra started, and we realized that now communalism is going to become a lot more dangerous than it was there, but the Rath Yatra and the riots that followed and the killings that followed, that were a signal that Sehmat had to full-time work on this issue. And there were many things which were thought of, but especially after the demolition of the Babri Mosque, we decided to lift the siege of Ayodhya, because nobody was allowed in Ayodhya. It was a long struggle, long fight. I remember going to Lucknow at least 7-8 times to fight for the permission. And finally, 18th August 1993, a big program was organized in Ayodhya called Muktnaad, and an exhibition on the history of Ayodhya, on the syncretic plural traditions of Ayodhya was made. It was a very big, very well-researched exhibition to which K.N. Panikar contributed a lot as a historian. He was very actively engaged with that. And when that exhibition was attacked, it was attacked in Ayodhya because it talked of the various traditions of the Ramkatha. KN was a very leading voice defending the content, defending the historical facts in the exhibition. He always stood by whatever was, whenever there was a situation where there were attacks from the right wing. After, in fact, before Muktnaad, before that we had started doing a Sufi Bhakti program called Anhad Garje, where Sufi singers came and performed, and we had huge programs across 7-8 cities. I remember on the Marine Drive, we had a program in Bombay in 1993. I think it was February 1993, where KN came and he spoke. They were, of course, very senior artists performing, classical singers and dancers were performing. KN, again, somebody had mentioned here that KN was a very, in a way, very serious person. You won't, and one wouldn't expect that KN would be going and sitting on dharnas. He was there to always theorize, be there, take a stand, but in 1999, when Vajpayee was fighting from Lucknow and Karan Singh was against him, and our theatre group, I was in Lucknow with the theatre group, we had, Sehmat had prepared a play with with some old actors. And we were performing in Lucknow. The theatre group was performing in Lucknow when it was surrounded and attacked and beaten up very badly. Few of the young people actually had their bones broken and all that. And after I was the only senior person there with them. So after getting the treatment and everything, I decided that I will sit on a hunger strike and ask for the arrest of the BJP MLA whose goons had attacked us. So next morning I sat on a hunger strike at the Gandhi statue in the middle of Lucknow. And from the third day I started getting telephone calls from KN, worried about the security. And I was quite surprised because, we used to meet, but it was never, it was not like I was very friendly with him or anything, because I was when Safdar was attacked for the last 8 years, I was working in a basti, teaching women who had never been to school. I was a grassroots activist. And I was thrown into Sehmat because of the circumstances. And so he would call and he would be very worried, trying to persuade to finish the fast, but extremely worried about the security, because you're sitting in the center of the town and also 24/7. On the 5th day, he actually arrived. And he sat there. You have used that photograph in your tribute to Ken. He sat there. On the same day, Dilip Kumar had also come, so you can see that. And I still remember that he was refusing to go and sleep in a hotel. I will also stay here the whole night. We had a tough time convincing him that KN, nothing is going to happen to us. There were many other local friends and activists from Lucknow. But that is what KN was, extremely caring, extremely worried about, and always standing up whenever something was required. There were many things that we did together in Sehmat, but because of the paucity of time, I will not go through everything. I had started feeling, I would say, a bit uneasy about what we were doing. It was extremely important work. I'm not undermining it for a moment, but Sehmat was a platform of artists and intellectuals, and mainly very prominent artists and intellectuals who were constantly giving statements, performing, speaking, organizing conferences. Everything was happening. But when 1999 Graham Staines was killed, again, Sehmat gave a very strong statement, like many other organizations. I had gone to Odisha after that, and I realized that while all the political parties and all big organizations gave statements condemning the burning of Graham Staines and his two sons, VHP circulated 6 million leaflets in Odisha. And at that time, Vajpayee was the Prime Minister. He was asked to react, and he said there should be a national debate on conversion. So he did not say a word about his killing. He just said there should be a national debate. And these leaflets carried the message of how Christians were converting tribals and Hindus, and why there is a need for Hindus to unite. And so there was this somewhere some unease that whatever we are doing is not enough. And by only working as a platform of prominent artists and intellectuals, probably we won't be able to fight the kind of hatred that and the spread with which BJP was spreading its tentacles across the country. But we continued, and then 2002 happened. After 3 years, of course. When Gujarat carnage started, within 10 days of that, I went to Gujarat with my husband and my son, who was at that time 15 years. We had gone mainly to document what was happening in Gujarat. But what we saw in Gujarat, the kind of hatred, there were 1.5 lakh people who were displaced from their homes. They were in different relief camps run by the community. State had not taken any responsibility. And it was, when we talked to hundreds of people, and it was very clear that everything was meticulously planned. And I am on record from 2002 saying that even the burning of the train was meticulously planned. It was not done by anybody else but the VHP itself, because they wanted to create a reason to start the program. And later on, I mean, we came back after 10 days, but it was absolutely impossible for me to remain in Delhi, because what I had seen, we were totally traumatized by the kind of things that we have seen and the conversations which we had. So I went back, and for the next 1 year, I was constantly going to Gujarat, coming back, going to Gujarat, coming back. I also ended up documenting the stories of 38 gang rape survivors, and each woman had told me that there were at least 10 other women who were gang raped in front of them and either burnt alive or breasts cut off and iron rods inserted into their vaginas, and they were horrendous stories, which at that time I couldn't even speak. I would start crying if it has been 23 years now, and I have talked about it so many times that I should say that it is possible for me now to speak about what I had witnessed. So after Gujarat, I realized that whatever I was doing for the last 15 years, however important it was, I didn't want to pursue on the same lines. And I resigned from Sehmat in January, after the 1st January program, which is held in Safdar's memory every year. For 1.5 months, I was not doing anything. I was just at home thinking about, what to do and how to react to what was happening in India. Then I think it was sometime in February, I called KN and I told him that, KN, I need to meet you. I'm extremely worried and I don't know how to respond to what is happening. So at that time, KN was he was the Vice Chancellor in Kaladi. I went there, I spent 4 or 5 days with him. And we discussed at great length what kind of cultural activism is required right now, what kind of political response is required. And we agreed that the kind of work that we are doing, one, that there is stagnation in that, which happens if it is the same set of people working together for 10, 15, 20 years, then a certain kind of stagnation sets in. So we discussed that there was a need to work at the grassroots and fight mainly the hatred. And KN spoke about, all of you have spoken about it, he spoke about intervening in the daily life practices of people rather than only going to them through performative arts. And it is then that we decided that we will probably start a new organization, which was later on called Anhad. And then I came back, and KN came to Delhi in March. And again in Delhi, we had long conversations with KN, with Gohar Raza, with Harsh Mandar and Biju Matthew, who was at that time in India, but otherwise he lives in US. After all these conversations, we formed Anhad and we registered it in March 2003. And then from the formation of Anhad till I would say 2 years ago, when I met KN the last time on 9th of March 2024, when I was here, that was the last time I met him. Everything that we were doing, either KN was part of it or it was in consultation with him. He was, I would say that he would theorize and I would generate ideas and implement them. Many a times when KN had time, he would be part of it. Many a times if he was not there, then we would just tell him what we were doing, and he would always be excited about anything which was out of the box. During our conversations about what Anhad will do, it was very clear, I mean, one thing that we will work on the grassroots, at the grassroots level. It was also very clear that we would be absolutely action-oriented. We would not wait to respond because the whole committee has not passed. Even if one of us thought that it was important to respond, something has happened and I must immediately respond, then we will do that. Because I had seen civil society, secular political parties taking weeks to respond to something, because we will fight on every single word that is written in the draft statement. So we decided that we will not do that. We would be very quick in our responses. We also decided that we would reach out to people who are not part of the secular collectives, who are totally untouched. It is not to say that we were not reaching out to people who were, as they are called, echo chambers now, or the priest. I think that is also very important, especially it has become very important in the last 10 years, because even people who were with us are moving out, either out of fear or the kind of hatred that is being thrust on everyone. So we have lost a lot of people to either being totally silent or to the right wing. So it is very important to constantly also talk to the people who were with us. But we had decided that we will try and reach out to people who have never heard of these narratives. So we decided that we will begin with doing residential camps in Gujarat, beginning from Gujarat, because Gujarat had at that time 10,000 organizations, civil society organizations, NGOs, and only 31 of them had come together to respond to the 2002 carnage. They had formed a citizens, I'm forgetting the name, some citizens initiative or something, and there were 31 organizations. So we decided that first of all, people who are working in civil society organizations, we will start the residential camps there. We had a 2-day brainstorming session in Gujarat where KN was present. He came for that, and all the intellectuals, secular people from Gujarat, activists, academicians like Ghanshyam Shah and Digant Oza, and there were many, Cedric Prakash. There were many people, and we worked out a kind of a curriculum, what should go in the teaching in these residential camps, which used to be 1 week long. Between 2003 and 2012, there are more than 18,000 young people from within Gujarat only who have participated in these camps. And our basic thing was to give democracy education. We covered the constitution, we covered the freedom struggle, we covered patriarchy. There were a lot of things, globalization, class, caste, gender, everything was covered in those. And we used a lot of films and theater and songs during those residential camps. Similar kind of, we have done, I mean, these were the initial time, and then we realized that we needed material to give to people, because only they come for a week, then they go away. So we decided developing material, and again we decided that the material would be of all kinds. We used the leaflet as the major means of our communication. And also we published books, we made videos, hundreds of them. If you go on Anhad India YouTube channel, and there are 2-3 other channels that we use. So you will find hundreds of things. After we started doing these camps, there was this pressure on us to do more and more camps in various parts of the country, which we did initially. But in 2004, again, we realized that we did not have the enough people or the money to travel and do these camps. So it was again, we had a discussion, and in 2004, we did a camp in Delhi in English and Hindi and recorded every single lecture. KN was again there, he gave a lecture which was recorded. So we used every single possibility of using videos, of using leaflets, of using street theater, of using music, dance, whatever was possible, but also constantly working with people who were coming to us. One thing which we had decided was that we must work on democratizing the family structures. And that was extremely important, because we have some discussion here about gender, because we can have people coming in public places with a flag and talking about gender equality, but unless we change the structures of the family within the 4 walls, no gender equality happens. Patriarchy remains where it is. And we started working with people who came to us. Either they worked with us or they came to us as volunteers. Every single person who worked with Anhad was taught to cook, taught to clean, taught to wash utensils, and every single intern or anyone who came and gave time, or volunteers, they were made to distribute leaflets. All of us went out together, distributing leaflets, pasting posters. Whole night we will paste posters, hanging banners, because it was important that everyone who works understands the dignity of labor, understands what it requires to go out and paste posters whole night. Because unless you do that, you do not respect your colleagues who are there, or you do not respect the other people who are doing the same work. And this was the philosophy around which Anhad worked, and KN was there throughout. In 2004, decided to take out a youth Haman Karwa before the elections with 27 young people. I traveled across India, young people addressing press conferences about and talking about why it is important to defeat the Commonwealth forces. It was Vajpayee government at that time. In 2007, Gujarat, it was very visible that constitution and democracy was under severe attack. And we decided to do this campaign called Lokshahi Bachao Abhiyan, where for 1 month we trained 45 young people in public speaking, in political understanding, we made exhibitions, we printed 1 lakh leaflets of the preamble of the constitution. KN came to Gujarat, and he was there talking to these young people, taking their classes, although his Hindi was not very good and Gujaratis don't know English at all. So it was, but he spent time with people, and at that time I remember, I don't know, in around 2002, whenever he went, that is the time I don't remember, I was not with him. But in 2007, I took him to the colonies of the internally displaced people in Halol, Kalol, which are away from Ahmedabad and within Ahmedabad. So he wanted to see everything with his own eyes and understand from the ground. When he's theorizing, when he's writing, when he's teaching, it was not in the air. It was not only academic. It came from a very strong, I would say, experience of witnessing, of seeing people, of talking to them everywhere. As I mentioned, he was in Ayodhya during Samad times. He was in Gujarat when we were doing all this. Also, with constant interactions that we had also discussed it, that whatever we do, it will be at multiple levels, but we will try and do it in very creative ways, so that we can reach out to the younger people. We see a lot of friends constantly cribbing that the young people don't come. And I tell them that you have to talk to them in their language. If the young people of this, especially under 25, their language is not a candlelight procession. Their language is not a dharna. Their language is probably social media. Their language is probably music. Their language is probably satire. So you have to reach out to them what they understand, the medium which they understand. Recently, before the Lok Sabha elections, we had done a huge leaflet campaign distributing about 5 lakh leaflets in Delhi. But we decided to do them in a very different way. It was a conversation between the grandmother and the granddaughter. Grandmother writes to the granddaughter and granddaughter replies to her. So we had the same leaflet, one side grandmother writing and the granddaughter replying. But we wrote 11 such letters. And we professionally recorded them with Ratna Pathak Shah being the grandmother and Sara, a young actress, her granddaughter. And we just flooded the social media with that. So all this that we were doing, we have done thousands and thousands of various things across India, not only in Delhi. But what I wanted to say that everything that we did had the imprints of KN's thinking, KN's advice. Whatever we were thinking, whatever we were planning, we would always, till he could talk on the phone, because the last few years it was very difficult to speak to him. But in 2018, when there were attacks all over India, we decided to take out 5 women caravans across India. And I discussed in detail with KN what we are planning. This was the first time had come out not to say that stop violence against us. 100 women traveling from 5 directions, culminating in Delhi. We did 500 programs and talked about safeguarding the Constitution. I would also like to tell you that in 2008, when 26/11 Mumbai, the attacks, at that time there was total animosity. Nobody was talking. The whole conversations about the Indo-Pak friendship and people-to-people contact, all that has died down. It is at that point that we decided to take a delegation to Pakistan. Professor K.N. Panikar, Harshmander, Nandita Das, Gohar Raza, myself, and there were 1-2 other people which I'm forgetting. And it was not only that, the delegation went there and met some civil society people. KN spoke at various universities in Lahore, in Karachi, in other places. We met with journalist organizations, had long discussions. It is during those discussions that KN proposed writing of a common history of both the countries. And I had been earlier to Mohenjo-daro, Hadappa, but this was the first time probably that KN had gone to Pakistan. So we went to Mohenjo-daro and Hadappa and Takshila, and invoking that our heritage is 5,000 years old, that the present nation-state boundaries, which are at that time 60 years, now 70 years old, we have connections much bigger than that. KN strongly emphasized the importance of people-to-people connection. And unfortunately, I don't think that the project moved ahead, but that idea of writing a common history which can be taught in schools on both the sides to counter the narratives of the kind of history which is being taught now, that was, I think, a very important idea which did not proceed. It's almost reaching half an hour. I just want to, I can go on about what we did together, but I just want to, in the end, say that the last few meetings that I had with KN, I was whenever I came to Trivandrum, I went and met him. I met him in 2023, early 2003 in Bangalore, and his daughter told me that because of his ill health, now we have persuaded him to live in Bangalore. And I work in Karnataka, so I go there very often. Next time I was going there, I called them to find out if KN was there. And they said, no, he has gone back to Kerala. So when I came later that year, I think November 2023, and went and met KN. And he said that I want to organize all my unpublished works, and that is why I have come here. He was at that time really not in a position to operate the computer or write. And I did speak to a few friends, journalists, took them to his house. I suggested that maybe we can find somebody who can sit with you or sit on the computer and take out whatever is there and work on that. But he insisted that he had to work on it first before anybody else could work. I think that he could not do it. He was really not in a condition to work on that. So I really want to request KCHR, and once his family is here, request them to look at the unpublished works, because I'm sure that there would be a lot of very important material which would be lying probably on his computer or hard disk, which needs to be taken care of and taken further. I have not written anything, but I told one of the KCHR persons that, because she told me that they are planning to publish this. I had written something, but then I decided to just share KN's presence on the ground in many, many places. So I will go back and write something and send it to you. And I just want to finish by saying that, again, thank you KCHR for inviting me, because I'm really not an academician to be in such gatherings. But KN's loss is extremely, extremely very deep, because he meant a lot to me. He meant a lot to me. And not only to me, to a lot of activists in Delhi, in Gujarat, in many other parts, who always reached out to him in times of any ideological crisis that we were going through. It was not easy for me. I have spent 17 years within the left. I resigned, I moved out of Sehmat, and it was not an easy time for me, because Once you move out, you become an enemy sometimes. And KN was there to not only hold the hand, but to say that I'll stand with you and we will do a lot more together than whatever we were doing earlier. So thank you very much, and commemorating him again.
Thank you so much, Shabnam. Hi. So we have Professor Panikkar's daughters here, Ragini and Shalini. They have joined us. So now we have Professor Anandi, who will be joining us. Please be seated.
So can you start now? Hello? Can you hear me?
So yes, now we have lecture by Professor Anandi Shanmugam, retired professor, Madras Institute of Development Studies, Chennai. So her title is The Self-Respect Marriage and the Critique of Hindu Marriage Practices. After her lecture, we will have a memorial session soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Anandi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So can I start?
Yeah, but it's a side view actually, what we are getting.
I see. Okay. So you're not seeing
Yeah,
me?
you have to tilt the camera. Yeah.
Am I fine?
Yeah, a bit more.
That's fine?
Yes, maybe I think we can go like this, yeah.
Not able to see me.
So you have to turn a little bit left side. Your face to left side.
Can you?
Yeah, I think we can go like this. Hida, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, please continue.
So thank you, PC sir. Even before Professor Panikkar's demise, this was planned to be organized. I'm happy to be here. First, my heartfelt condolence to Professor Panikkar's family, friends, colleagues, and all his former students. I am one among them. I joined JNU in 1985 directly as Professor Panikkar's student at Temple level. Probably I was one of the few students who decided to do in women's studies, pursue women's studies. At that time, there was no gender studies as such. And I can say for sure that it was under Professor Panikkar, a large number of students began to work on gender studies. I don't remember many students doing gender studies with other professors in JNU, particularly in the History Center. So it was a privilege. And besides that, I remember my opportunity to get mentored by Professor Panikkar started with the very mundane activities of proofreading his book Against Lord and State. Therefore, I got an opportunity to sit with him and sort of discuss how he went about the research, right from the beginning of his archival research onwards. So it was a very close mentoring in that sense, which sort of, incited me to take on research seriously. At that time, of course, I was very active in the SFI, contested the student union election, and probably one professor in the History Center who was fully supportive of my activities. And in fact, that I was afraid that probably I would drop out of studies and move into full-time activism. Somehow Panikkar sort of instilled in me the confidence to do PhD further. And that led me into do very important, to my mind at least, that's a very important kind of hidden history so far in the, in the history writing of Indian history on the whole. It's about the Dravidian movement. So what I plan to do today is to extend my PhD, interrogations about self-respect movement and the women's question, and make it as briefly as possible, as some kind of a modest tribute to Professor Panikkar's enduring intellectual commitment to secularism and to the critical study of gender. So what I plan to do in the presentation today is, I will elaborate a bit on the Dravidian movement's critical intervention in the making of the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955, which eventually led to the regional amendment known as the Hindu Marriage Tamil Nadu Amendment Act 1967, which was known in Tamil Nadu by Tamil Suyamariyadai Seerthirutha Thirumanam. This amendment rendered self-respect marriages and other reformist marriages valid, legal under the Hindu law. I wish to briefly highlight here the long history of interventions made by the self-respect movement in the secularization of Hindu marriage, an important counter-discourse to the increasing sacralization of Hindu marriage in contemporary India. This recovery of the Dravidian critique of Hindu marriage reforms acquires critical relevance in the contemporary context, where certain states in India governed by the right-wing Hindutva party are promoting and implementing Hindu majoritarian version of the Uniform Civil Code. So we all know the performance of self-respect marriages was a crucial intervention directly challenging Brahmanical Hindu marriages, which sacralized marriage and conjugality. The self-respect marriage called for questioning Hinduism's reliance on caste, divinity, and the sacramental nature of marriage. For Periyar, Periyar and the women of self-respect movement, divinity, customs, and sastric weddings stood in opposition to progress, rationality, and individual freedom, and therefore required rejection in order to claim gender equality and social justice. From 1926 onwards, thousands of self-respect marriages were conducted among various non-Brahmin caste groups across Tamil-speaking regions, including even remote villages. These marriages included intercaste, interreligious unions, widow remarriages, marriages of divorcees, marriages of consent that directly challenged caste endogamy. The central aim of self-respect marriages was to free the institution from Hindu rituals that reinforced patriarchal norms by emphasizing monogamy, chastity for women, and familial control. Key features that reflected the Dravidian redefinition of marriage and conjugality included the refusal of rituals such as tali tying, the rejection of Hindu purohits or Brahmin priests officiating the weddings with Sanskrit mantras, and in some cases, the deliberate choice of conducting ceremonies during so-called inauspicious times in the Hindu calendar, that is Ragukalam. These radical intervention in marriage practices struck at the very core of what the Hindu Shastras defined as the fundamental, essential requirements of a Hindu wedding. No doubt, in the history of South India, let alone the North, it was the first time that marriages were deeply politicized and performed as political events with a clear agenda of anti-Brahminism and anti-patriarchy. Compilation of Periyar's speeches critiquing Brahmanism and Hindu marriage rituals, which subordinated women and lower caste, were distributed at the marriage venues. Slogans reflecting the self-respect ideals of gender equality, companionate marriage, intercaste unions, non-ritualistic contractual weddings, and other political principles of the movement were displayed on banners. Copies of self-respect newspapers like Kudiyarasu, Vidudalai, and other weeklies were also sold during this wedding. These events saw the bride and groom, along with movement leaders, deliver speeches on women's freedom, choice in conjugality, romance, love, compatibility, and the political and social responsibilities embedded in such social contracts. Advocacy for monogamy, divorce, and women's property rights, as well as equal rights to wage and work, was foregrounded, alongside discussions of taboo subjects such as women's reproductive choices, pleasures, and desires. Even more significant about the self-respect marriage was that it became an important occasion and a crucial space for mobilizing large number of women across caste and classes, most of whom were semi-illiterate and illiterate. On an average, between 100 to 500 women participated in various such marriages conducted across Tamil-speaking areas of Madras Presidency between 1926 to 1967. Instances of women who otherwise were considered inauspicious or as concubines and generally not invited for auspicious occasions like widows and devadasis were participating in large numbers, in these self-respect marriages and were regularly reported, and these events were regularly reported in the movement newspapers. One such occasion that was reported, for example, I'm just giving only an example, in Kudiyarasu, was here. Since these marriages were not legally registered until 1967, there is no official statistical evidence on how many such marriages were conducted from 1926 onwards. However, narratives of women's participation preserved in the movement's newspapers and journals provide insight into both scale and depth of their involvement. These marriages became occasions for women to articulate their rights and anti-caste politics. Women were not merely passive beneficiaries. They were also active organizers and legitimizers of the practice of marriage, thus legitimizers of the practice. Marriage thus became an occasion through which women reflected on what the desacralized institutional arrangement could achieve for their freedom. As political events, self-respect marriages created hitherto unknown opportunities for women from Sudra and untouchable caste who could now discard all forms of religious and caste-based rituals. Women leaders, I could name many of them who are very prominent self-respect movement activists who used marriage platform to reject caste patriarchy, gendered languages, religious and ritual hierarchies that were part of sacramental Hindu marriages, and they also rejected any divinity attached to conjugality. Some women articulated the ideals of non-sacramental contractual conjugality as one where women could have equal rights to break away from incompatible marriage. Some of them used this platform to uphold Devadasi women's demand for choice of monogamy and marriage. Emphasis on secular civil marriages, choice weddings, companionate conjugality, and bodily pleasures were part of their oration at the wedding halls, as were in the self-respect movement women's conferences as well. The pervasiveness of Dravidian gender politics promoted by the self-respect movement was such that even feminists like Muthulakshmi Reddy, an ardent Gandhian, were seized by the demands for legislation in favor of women's rights, which invariably critiqued Hinduism's promotion of unjust marriage and conjugal laws for women. While advocating legislation against the religiously sanctioned Devadasi practice in 1927, she drew the support of women self-respecters, Periyar and the Justice Party. Echoing their sentiment, she fearlessly criticized Rajaji, Satyamurthy for the Brahmin conservatism, and even challenged Gandhi for his uncritical reliance on Brahmanical Hinduism and his promotion of Varnashrama Dharma. She directly questioned him on why he had not considered how women's individuality is being crushed under the burden of customs and tradition, and further challenged his model of reform, which was embedded in stark inequalities of gender rights. It's not a coincidence that she moved a resolution in the fifth session of the All India Women's Conference, urging the central legislature to take early steps to amend the Hindu law relating to women in order to make it more compatible. This move followed the critical reflections on gender unjust Hindu laws, as well as the resolution of the first Self-Respect Women's Conference of 1929, which demanded laws against polygamy and in favor of women's right to divorce and property. However, this is not to deny the significant role that Women's India Association and All India Women's Conference played in negotiating for gender just laws, but to highlight Muthulakshmi Reddy's unique responses and critique, unlike other AIWC activists. Later, the Rao Committee, which was set up to codify Hindu law in 1941 to 1944, observed in its report, though without explicit reference to self-respect movement, that the ultra-progressive of Madras state constituted the large inclusion of non-sacramental civil marriages under the code. By the 1940s, self-respect marriages and other forms of reformed marriages had clearly captured the imagination of men and women committed to promoting gender justice. While not dismissing the arguments made by other scholars that the self-respect movement were a critical site for building unified Dravidian national community, I would argue that they were equally important as a critical site for articulating Dravidian feminist ideals of family, conjugality, and women's freedom. These practices laid the foundation for one of the earliest and most sustained critique of Brahmanical patriarchy, a legacy that is often overlooked or taken for granted by later feminist movement in India. The long history of drafting of the Hindu Code Bill began with the Hindu Women's Rights, Right to Property Act of 1937, also known as the Deshmukh Act. For the first time, this act recognized property right for women, but it granted widows only limited rights to their deceased husband's property, which they could not alienate. The same limited rights were extended to a man's widowed daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law, but not to his daughter, who was denied succession rights. To address this inequality, as well as broader issues of women's succession to agricultural land, inheritance under the Hindu law, and Hindu women's rights to separate residence and maintenance, the colonial government formed the Hindu Law Committee in 1941 under the chairmanship of B.N. Rao. In 1943, the committee introduced two bills in the central legislature, the Hindu Marriage Bill and the Hindu Interstate Succession Bill. Both, however, faced strong opposition from Hindu conservatives inside and outside the legislature and consequently collapsed them. In 1944, the government reappointed the same committee to formulate a comprehensive code of Hindu law. After an extensive collection of evidence from the public across India, the committee submitted its report in 1945. The Madras Presidency alone submitted 287 memorandum, which is one of the largest response in the country to the draft code. Oral evidence was also provided by a select few individuals. According to the committee's chairman, because witnesses from Madras and Calcutta were so numerous, they had to restrict the number of oral representation from these two presidencies. These individuals mainly came from different social and political organizations and not from the Congress alone. And among them were the self-respect movement's activists, which was significantly in large numbers. The Rao Committee's recommendation in the form of Hindu Code Bill again could not be passed in the legislature due to the war years and due to the, this was the interwar year as well, due to strong opposition from the Hindu conservatives until it was reintroduced by Dr. Ambedkar, endorsing Rao Committee's recommendation. But he had to resign to the reluctance of the Congress to defend the bill. Due to reluctance of the Congress, lack of the Congress defense of the bill. From 1955, the Congress government passed several piecemeal legislation, which formed part of what is known as the Hindu Marriage Act 1955. What is important to note here is the Madras Brahmin Orthodoxy's opposition to the Hindu Code vis-a-vis the self-respect movement's efforts to foreground women's interests and its radical politics on conjugality through its wholehearted support for the code. Although the Rao Committee praised the significant support for the code from the Madras Presidency, evidence in the detailed committee report reveals that unlike in other presidencies, the Orthodox Brahmanical opposition to Hindu marriage reform and the codification of Hindu laws faced strong resistance from diverse civil society groups, particularly Brahmin elites, professionals, and Brahmin women members of various women's associations. Even though these groups were not directly affiliated with the Madras Hindu Mahajana Sabha, the most vociferous critique of the code was obviously the Madras Hindu Mahajana Sabha. They nonetheless opposed several of its positive reforms in favor of women. Even when the Rao Committee report alludes to the favorable reception of the code in the Madras Presidency and attributes it to the ultra-progressives, the report had not named them and appears to refuse to recognize the self-respecters' contribution to the through the oral evidences. The close reading of the representation suggests that the strongest supporters of the entire code were women of the self-respect movement, members of the Madras Provincial Backward Class League and the Velala Association, and several other non-Brahmins, including few legal experts, some former ministers of the Justice Party, and an ex-mayor of Madras. However, a few members of the Justice Party dissented from this broader non-Brahmin bloc of supporters, expressing concern about alienating property for women, especially agricultural land. and emphasizing the need to retain the sacramental aspect of Hindu marriage as well as polygamy as a means to perpetuate progeny. The Backward Class Association also expressed anxiety about sharing property with daughters. The Self-Respect Movement's memorandum, on the other hand, it was presented to a Rao committee, of course. It took note of what is important as ideal and to include practices of self-respect marriage as part of Hindu code making. And this was very clear in the memorandum that there were few of these important items I want to read out here, that there should be no sex differentiation with regard to inheritance and property rights. There should be compulsory registration of all marriages, which should only be between adults who have reached the age of majority. No religious ceremonies should be insisted upon. Self-respect marriage should be legally recognized within the code. Provision in regard to divorce must be liberalized. Marriage between parties belonging to the same caste should be prohibited. This may work hardship on lovers who may chance to belong to the same caste, but this hardship has to be endured for the time until society is cured of endogamy and the disease of caste system. There is no need in modern times for a religious law to regulate family relationship. A civil code must be enacted applicable to all citizens, irrespective of caste and religion. The draft code is a half-hearted measure, the Hindu draft code, obviously, which, of course, tinged by the fear of opposition by the Orthodox, which should be ignored if India had to come abreast of other nations. This was noted by the self-respecters who presented their memorandum to the court. Now, what we notice is Periyar, of course, expressed his skepticism about the Hindu code as such, which according to him was getting drafted mainly by dominant caste affiliated legal luminaries who owed allegiance to Varnashma Dharma and Manusmriti. He categorically said, as per the Hindu laws, we only exist as Sudras and Panchamas and identified as the other of the ideal Hindus, the Brahmins. Our social rights have been defined by this branding, and justice delivered to us has always been discriminatory. The so-called Hindu law, now being codified by the state, merely upholds these Brahmanical rituals, Brahmanical rules drawn from Smritis and Shastras, which mark us as children of Dasis and Sutras. Our lawyers know well how Hindu law has identified us, how courts have long delivered different justice to Brahmins and the Sutras. For our women, no matter whom they marry, maintenance is denied, and the children are stripped of property rights. So in line with his criticism of Hindu laws and Hindu identity, he did not appear before the Rao committee to provide any oral evidences or testimony in support of even legalizing the self-respect marriage. Nonetheless, he wholeheartedly welcomed the introduction of Hindu Code Bill by Dr. Ambedkar, especially at a time when many in Parliament across India regarded Ambedkar as a trenchant critique of Brahmanical Hinduism, intent on disrupting Hindu caste society. This support is evident in series of editorials and reports published by the self-respect movement. While strongly opposing the introduction of the new version of the Hindu Code by Nehru after resignation of Ambedkar as law minister, Periyar called it a piecemeal legislation, fragmenting marriage, divorce, and women's property rights from the broader reform originally envisioned by Ambedkar. In contrast to the compromised Hindu Code, as Periyar called it, he called for a legislation of a uniform civil code encompassing all good provisions from Hindus, Muslims, and Christian laws that would squarely benefit women. According to him, the realization of Dravida Nadu is possible only when such uniform code is brought about to mark Dravidians as sharing progressive ideals of a community with distinct secular values of intercaste marriages across caste and religion, intermarriages across caste and religion. While condemning the Hindu fundamentalists for opposing any code of law, mainly any secular law, he wrote in 1951, Hindu fundamentalists insist on marriage as a sacrament. We argue it is a social contract, needing no divine sanction or Brahmanical control, only the compatibility of the couple. Our stand is firm. There must be a uniform civil code for all, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs alike. All personal laws must yield to one national law, equal for everyone. It is a struggle for Dravidian Nadu. We envision a Dravidian social law, a just court to serve all people equally. In any case, going into the Hindu Code Bill debate, what we found here is a very important kind of intervention that was made in the Constituent Assembly, where it was very clear that the Orthodox Congress opposed not only the Hindu Code, they were also opposed to any level of granting recognition for alternate marriage practices that were to form part of the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955. While Brahmo marriage and Arya Samaj weddings were assimilated into the 1955 Act, self-respect marriage and SNDP yoga marriage both were rejected rejected from forming part of the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955. This came at a time when the Dravidian movement, particularly the self-respect marriage practitioner, faced the problem of illegitimacy through the High Court verdict in 1953, which illegalized all such marriages which were conducted under the name of self-respect marriage and not recognized them as part of the Hindu marriage practice. And therefore, the children were also not recognized as legitimate children. This has a long history, of course, but this was a moment when the Dravidian movement realized that there has to be some legislation to legalize the self-respect marriage. And however, while the Congress directed the DMK and the DK to legalize such marriages through the Special Marriage Act of 1954, the DMK argued against the special registration under the Special Marriage Act, primarily because those who registered under Special Marriage Act lost the property right. And therefore, the DMK also thought this was not the correct way to recognize the alternate form of marriages which were quoted by two Hindus. So therefore, after a long battle in 1967, when DMK came to power, with the provision that the state government could make amendment to Hindu Marriage Act, the DMK government brought what is known as the Hindu Marriage Tamil Nadu Amendment Act of 1967. This act, other than validating all non-ritual Hindu marriages, questioned the Brahmanic interpretation of Hindu marriage itself. The law really clearly reads with a critique of Hindu marriage. Indeed, this amendment was radical enough to trouble the union government as much as the judiciary, which was evident in the way they were either rejecting the validity of the amendment or by interpreting the Amendment Act in such manner that would discourage non-ritual consensual intercaste marriages even today. Two examples alone suffice here to show the dominant resistance that continue against this amendment. In 2017, the Union Ministry for Social Justice and Empowerment, which was awarding intercaste couples, refused to recognize the Section 7A Tamil Nadu Amendment Act of Hindu Marriage and rejected application from Tamil Nadu on the ground that these marriages were not registered under the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955. The Madurai bench of Madras High Court had to intervene and enlighten the obstinate Union Ministry on the validity of the legislation. Few years back, the Supreme Court of India had to remind the Madras High Court on the validity of Swemariyadai marriage in Tamil Nadu as they are performed without any religious practices and without any public ceremony, but through a declaration of marriage in the presence of relatives, friends, and other persons. However, one must remember here that the cumulative effect of the legal reforms for women in Tamil Nadu had far-reaching impact in the various adjudication of the Madras High Court, which held far more radical perspectives on gender rights in marriage than any other courts in India, as in the case of a verdict related to registration of a transgender wedding under the Hindu Marriage Act. In conclusion, the self-respect movement's discourse on conjugality, romantic love, and companionate ideals opened new possibilities for women, not only to seek egalitarian forms of marriage, but also to claim a place in the public sphere as political agents, rather than being confined to a status of sexual subjects. At the same time, the masculine ideals of romantic love, modern conjugality, articulated by young Tamil men, particularly through DMK activism in the later phase of the Dravidian movement, destabilized patriarchal authority within the joint family by asserting rights to divorce, inheritance, and intercaste marriage. These interventions, while not erasing the complex ways in which women were positioned in the public domain, as some scholars have argued already, nonetheless constituted a repudiation of Hindu customs and patriarchal values that curtailed the rights of both men and women. Although the demand for the legal recognition of self-respect marriages did not mobilize women in the same intensity as campaigns for diverse rights, abolition of polygamy, or dignity within marriage, it nevertheless marked a critical moment. By contesting judicial practices that delegitimized such unions and relegated women to the status of concubines, the movement played a decisive role in radicalizing Hindu marriage laws in Tamil Nadu and embedding feminist critiques within the broader project of Dravidian social reform. The best example, of course, goes on to show the restitution of conjugal right claim by one particular case. I don't want to elaborate on that. But the battle has not ended as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned vis-a-vis the union government. In 2024, the DMK MP, Girirajan, introduced a private member's bill in the Rajya Sabha, which sought to amend the Hindu Marriage Act 1955 across India by incorporating Tamil Nadu Section 7A Amendment Act into the central law, thus legalizing such marriages across India, demanding that this amendment be made uniformly applicable nationwide has not been realized so far. But given the present political climate, probably we cannot expect such miracle to happen. Like other private members' bill in Parliament, this too met a fate of not being discussed. Thank you. I just want to end it here. And I hope this is my modest dedication to Professor Panikar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ananthi. Now we'll move to the memorial session. We have, so I have to make an announcement that MA Baby has promised to come, but he's busy with few conferences and 2-3 events, but he'll try to drop by. Otherwise, we go with the schedule. And Malavika Bini is also not able to join. And Professor Rasag is also doing a commemorative event there in Calicut, so he is also not able to join. So we apologize, but now we can go with Professor K.M. Shiba. So we have Professor Panikar's daughters here, Ragini and Shalini. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and coming over. Thank you so much. So I request Professor K.M. Shiba, Professor Sri Shankaracharya University, Kaladi, to come over.
Good evening to all persons dear to Professor Panikar. Thank you to KCHR for this opportunity to once again think and remember Professor Panikar. It is indeed a difficult task to write or speak of a towering personality whose life is at the same time too deep and vast to be captured in an obituary. The last time I spoke about him was in an online program congratulating him on receiving the prestigious Kairali Global Lifetime Achievement Award. And there I was expressing my profound happiness. I could see the twinkle in his eye, an expression that everyone close to him are very familiar with. Now I stand before you with a profound sense of grief, loss, and mourning. This is at the same time very personal, yet beyond the personal, we mourn the passing of a personage who embodied a deep sense of a deep democratic vision, advanced agenda for action, and held a sense of urgency to act for upholding democratic values. Trying to speak of Professor Panikar on this occasion, there are a multitude of memories clamoring for recall that I'm unable to choose from. When I visualize the figure of Professor Panikar, his tall gait, his gaze focused straight ahead, never bending or stooping, his footsteps soft, yet walking with firm resolve. For me, it symbolizes his personality, firm, purposeful, and uncompromising, yet ever so gentle. A long list of researchers, including me, had the good fortune of working with him at the Center for Historical Studies, JNU. Contrary to any intellectual intimidation, even the newly enrolled PhD candidates experienced a secure sense of working with someone who exhibited a brilliant mix of intellectual direction, adherence to principles, punctuality, care, gender sensitivity, and gentleness. As a supervisor, he was a professor anyone would wish to have, intellectually stimulating, sharp in criticism, but unfailing in support. I learned from him that researchers did not work under supervisors but worked with them, one among innumerable lessons he taught with his own actions. In the classroom, he was a brilliant and passionate teacher. Students from various disciplines and centers of study enrolled for his courses. We knew him as someone who could be depended upon in any hour of crisis, academic or personal. He was there in the classrooms, he was there in the post-dinner mess hall discussions so common in JNU. He was wherever he was invited to speak for secular histories and against the right-wing agenda. There he spoke not simply with a sense of indignation, but by pointing to ways forward on what could be done. He was a perfect alternative to the ivory tower historian. Affairs of Administration at JNU, where he was the Dean of School of Social Sciences, did not only have an official side, and I particularly recall his commissioning of a mural executed by renowned artist Shamshad Hussain in the School of Social Sciences building, as also the installations by Malayali artist Soman near the University Library. The choice of Shamshad Hussain, son of M.F. Hussain, came at a time when M.F. Hussain was hounded by the right-wing forces. As we can see, everything Professor Panikar did was a statement and involved commitment and purpose. His allegiance to left politics was an exceptional mix of academics and social engagement. The P.C. Joshi archives that he painstakingly built up in JNU will remain as a brilliant repository of the left movement in India. I have heard that he had thoughtfully invited the left thinker K. Damodaran to be a part of JNU. Professor Panikar's readiness to accommodate all shades of the left, from the extreme to the moderate, remains a sure sign of his political openness. It would be superfluous to recount here his much discussed and widely recognized scholarly contributions, but I would surely want to underline how he conceptualized historical studies beyond the Rankine frames to weave organic links with the cultural and the aesthetic, whether in the discussions on the novel Indulekha, on Ayurveda, or on the shoe question. I remember it used to be so much fun talking about that shoe question article. That in a way would herald cultural studies in Kerala. Armed with archival sources, he dismantled communal readings of events and histories like that of the Malabar Rebellion and posited cultural and material forces at work. The most striking feature of his personality was his uncompromising opposition to communalism, not only at the intellectual and scholarly realm, but as an everyday concern. The demolition of the Babri Masjid had been a personal tragedy for him, a rare occasion that I have heard that left him enraged. After the Gujarat riots, as what he foresaw long back was slowly emerging into a grim reality, I recall him sharing those unsettling thoughts while he was part of the Anhad, Act Now for Democracy, Harmony and Democracy collective, formed in 2003. Besides writing extensively on communal problems, he continued to be a social activist, making himself visible in all possible anti-communal collectives and intellectual productions. It was an unforgettable day for me when he took charge under intimidating contexts as Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi. Unable to digest the idea of a Sanskrit university being placed under the charge of someone with clear anti-Hindutva history, none other than the then Minister for Human Resources Development, Murli Manohar Joshi, pronounced veiled threats that he would not be allowed to take charge. We waited and watched anxiously at the gate while he arrived under police escort as he calmly walked out of the vehicle and walked towards his room. Professor Panikar not only brushed aside those threats but adorned the post with elan and worked with an inimitable zeal, setting the university on a strong academic track. Throughout his tenure as Vice Chancellor from 2000 to 2004, he was constantly under pressure to leave, and I distinctly recall his remark that he would willingly have stepped down, except that the threats and challenges made him want to stay on. Having worked in one of the best universities in India, Professor Panikar had no hesitation in taking charge of a small state university that had not yet secured even the 12B recognition of UGC. He took up the Vice Chancellorship as a challenge, building new inroads into academics and institutional practices that were hitherto unheard of. Introducing the choice-based credit and semester system, first in any university in Kerala, providing 1 month semester break, consulting stakeholders at every step. These were all new to the educational scenario in Kerala. I recall the letter, I have a copy of that letter, that he wrote to the faculty members on the occasion of the credit and semester system being introduced, as well as the demonstration of the architectural plan of the proposed new academic building to all the stakeholders. There were little ways, so many other instances I could continue to cite where he could translate a position of power into a democratic process of power sharing. Despite being a committed leftist, he maintained meaningful and respectful relations with other political viewpoints. I recall the instance of a student of mine who maintained strong allegiances to Sangha Parivar politics, holding long conversations with Professor Panikar, a memorable experience that the student often shared. In another instance, Professor Panikar approached striking students of the university who were angrily sloganeering against him and tried to initiate a conversation with them, as many of us watched in apprehension. Such bold insistence on dialogue and debate, even in the face of aggression or unacceptable ideas, what we may call as the spirit of JNU, was deeply internalized by him and reflected in his everyday transactions. Moving to a very different side of him, his sense of humor was very subtle and refined, and there are one too many anecdotes that students recollect. One such incident was of a visitor arriving at his home on behalf of a senior officer of National Museum to discuss the research that the museum officer planned to initiate. Professor Panikar, it seems, very patiently heard through the entire research proposal, but while bidding farewell to the visitor, he very calmly gave a parting message to be conveyed to the budding researcher. He said, "Please tell the museum officer that research cannot be done through emissaries." There may be factual discrepancies in this hearsay account, but it was a sure cause of laughter in our JNU student circles in those days. A little known side of him is that in his early years, he wrote short stories in Malayalam, published in magazines like Gopuram. He retained that aesthetic and artistic perspective in historical writings too. His interventions in cultural and intellectual histories are brilliant testimonies to this. Having lived so many fruitful years outside Kerala, he managed to retain strong ties with the Malayalam language and Malayali intellectuals. You could find almost every Malayalam periodical, magazine, books at his home. Despite his physical distance from Kerala for so long, he kept his Malayali roots alive, reading, discussing, and maintaining relationships, both personal and political, with the state and the people. He was a memorable presence in all our Malayali festival gatherings on the JNU campus and a guiding light for all Malayali collective initiatives in the multicultural JNU campus. Never as a dominant figure, but as someone who shared the ethos. This recollection could be endless, but pressures of time compel me to conclude. While I speak, I have in mind countless other visual images of Professor Panikar, of which a beautiful one is of him walking his beloved dog Silky along the paths of the JNU campus in the evenings. Professor Panikar, as I have known him personally and through the innumerable anecdotes circulated in JNU gatherings, worked quietly and gently, but with unparalleled courage and determination that made a difference. He never ever made claims to the work he did, nor sought recognition for them. He is an embodiment of the idea of JNU, scholarly, secular, democratic, sensitive, committed, courageous and dedicated, whose passing we deeply mourn, but in whose life and work we see a rare model to emulate. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shiba. Now we have Abhilash Malayal, Assistant Professor, Sri Shankaracharya University, Sanskrit. And I have an announcement too. So Prabhat Patnaik will be joining around 4:15. So we can start his lecture by 4:20. Before that, we'll have a short break for tea as well. So over to you, Abhilash.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. എന്നെ കെ എൻ പണിക്കർ മാഷ് പഠിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. എനിക്ക് അദ്ദേഹത്തെ നേരെ കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ള ഓർമ്മ ഏതാണ്ട് 1 മിനിറ്റോളം നീണ്ടു നിന്ന ഒരു ഡൽഹി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂവിലാണ്. അദ്ദേഹവുമായിട്ടുള്ള എൻ്റെ ഓർമ്മ, ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് വായിക്കുകയും പഠിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തതിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലുള്ള ചില വളരെ കർസറി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ചില കമൻറ്റുകളാണ്. അതിലൊരു കാര്യം എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയത്, ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ പണിക്കർ മാഷിൻ്റെ പുസ്തകങ്ങളെല്ലാം അവിടെ ഒരുക്കി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിലൊരു പുസ്തകവും ഇല്ല. ആ ഇല്ലാത്ത ഒരു പുസ്തകത്തെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു വളരെ കുറച്ച് ആളുകൾ മാത്രം വായിച്ച, എന്നാൽ വായിക്കണമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് അതിയായ നിർബന്ധമുള്ള, അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ തർജ്ജമ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പുസ്തകം കൂടിയാണ് അത്. 1968 VPS രഘുവംശിയുടെ കൂടെ പണിക്കർ മാഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള PhD ഡെസർട്ടേഷൻ, അത് ഒരു പക്ഷേ മാഷ് തന്നെ പലപ്പോഴും മറന്നുപോയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പുസ്തകമായിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. ആ പുസ്തകത്തിൻ്റെ പേര് ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് ഡിപ്ലോമസി ഇൻ നോർത്ത് ഇന്ത്യ, എ സ്റ്റഡി ഓഫ് ഡൽഹി പ്രസിഡൻസി 1803-1857. ഇത് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത് 1975 PJ മാർഷൽ സബ് ഇമ്പീരിയലിസം, PJ മാർഷലിൻ്റെ വർക്ക് വരുന്നത് 1975. ആ 75 മാർഷലിൻ്റെ വർക്കിൽ നിന്നാണ് ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ ഇൻ നോർത്ത് ഇന്ത്യ ഇൻ ദ 18th century എന്ന വർക്ക് ഒരു തരം പാത്ത് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് വർക്കായി പൊതുവിൽ കരുതപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഒരു വലിയ വിഭാഗം ചരിത്രകാരരും പഠിതാക്കളും അതിനെ അങ്ങനെ കരുതുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ പുസ്തകത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ്, ആ ലേഖനത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ ചില വാക്കുകൾ, സബ് ഇമ്പീരിയലിസം പോലെയുള്ള, ബ്രിഡ്ജ് ഹെഡ് പോലെയുള്ള, കൊളാബറേഷൻ പോലെയുള്ള ചില വാക്കുകൾ, പ്രയോഗങ്ങൾ, അതിൻ്റെ അന്തരാർത്ഥങ്ങൾ, ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി തുടങ്ങിയത്. അതുപോലെ റിച്ചാർഡ് ബേർണറ്റ് 1980 നോർത്ത് ഇന്ത്യ ബിറ്റ്വീൻ എംപയേഴ്സ് എന്ന വളരെ മനോഹരമായ ഒരു പുസ്തകം ഇറങ്ങുന്നത്. അവിടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഇൻ്റർ ഡിസ്പെൻസേഷണൽ ഇയേഴ്സ് എന്നൊക്കെ വിളിക്കുന്ന 2 ഭരണങ്ങൾക്കിടയിലുള്ള കാലത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒക്കെ ചരിത്രകാരർ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയത് അപ്പോഴാണ്. പക്ഷേ 1968 തന്നെ പണിക്കർ മാഷുടെ ഈ മോണോഗ്രാഫിനകത്ത് ഈ നിലയ്ക്കുള്ള ഒരു തരം ഇൻ്റർ ഡിസ്പെൻസേഷണൽ ഒരു കാലത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു തെളിച്ചം അവിടെ എനിക്ക് കാണാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. കാരണം ഡൽഹിയിൽ ഈ ഡൽഹി എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈസ്റ്റ് ഇന്ത്യ കമ്പനിയുടെ ഭരണത്തിലേക്ക് വന്നത് എന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് വലിയ തിട്ടങ്ങളില്ല. ബംഗാളിനെ കുറിച്ച് അവിടെയുള്ള ഓരോ ജില്ലകളും വീടുകളും, ഏതൊക്കെ ഭദ്രലോകിൻ്റെ ഏതൊക്കെ ജമീന്ദാരികളാണ് ഏതൊക്കെ വർഷങ്ങളിൽ ഈസ്റ്റ് ഇന്ത്യ കമ്പനിയിലേക്ക് പോയത് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഒരു തരം മനപ്പാഠ രൂപത്തിൽ തന്നെ അറിയാമെങ്കിൽ, ഡൽഹിയെക്കുറിച്ചും പഞ്ചാബിനെക്കുറിച്ചും ഈ മാഷ് പറയുന്ന സത്ലജ് റീജിയനെക്കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് വലിയ ധാരണകളില്ല. അവിടെ മാഷാണ് ആദ്യം പറയുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മാഷ് ആ പുസ്തകത്തിനകത്ത് രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു വസ്തുത, ഇതൊരു നോൺ റെഗുലേഷൻ ട്രാക്റ്റായിരുന്നു എന്നതാണ്. നോൺ റെഗുലേഷൻ ട്രാക്റ്റ് എന്താണ് എന്ന് നമ്മൾ പിന്നീട് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത് കാംബ്രിഡ്ജ് എന്ന് പിൽക്കാലത്ത് വിളിക്കപ്പെട്ട ചരിത്രകാരന്മാരുടെ രചനയിൽ നിന്നാണ്. ഈ പുസ്തകം ആരംഭിക്കുന്നത് ഡൽഹിയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഏജൻ്റായിട്ടുള്ള ജെയിംസ് ബ്രൗണിൻ്റെ 1782 പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഏജൻ്റായി വരുന്ന ജെയിംസ് ബ്രൗൺ, പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഏജൻറ്റിനെ അന്ന് വിളിച്ചിരുന്നത് വക്കീൽ എന്നായിരുന്നു. 782 ജെയിംസ് ബ്രൗൺ വരുന്നു. ജെയിംസ് ബ്രൗണിൻ്റെ കാലം മുതൽ നമുക്ക് ഡേവിഡ് ഓർച്ചർലോണിയെ കാണാൻ കഴിയുന്നു, ചാൾസ് മെറ്റ്കാഫിനെ കാണാൻ കഴിയുന്നു, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ തോമസ് മെറ്റ്കാഫിനെ കാണാൻ കഴിയുന്നു. തോമസ് മെറ്റ്കാഫ് നസർ നിർത്തൽ ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഈ പദങ്ങളൊക്കെ മലബാറിനും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പദമാണ് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് പണിക്കർ മാഷെ വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലാകുന്നുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ അവസാനത്തെ ഡൽഹിയിലെ റെസിഡൻ്റ് ആയിരുന്നത് സൈമൺ ഫ്രേസറാണ്. സൈമൺ ഫ്രേസർ 1857 കൊല്ലപ്പെടുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് മുഗൾ രാജാവിൻ്റെ ബഹാദൂർ ഷാ സഫറിൻ്റെ കൊട്ടാരത്തിൽ അദ്ദേഹം കൊല്ലപ്പെടുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ആ ഭാഗം ഈ പുസ്തകത്തിലെ അവസാന ചാപ്റ്ററിൻ്റെ കൺക്ലൂഷൻ്റെ ആദ്യത്തെ പാരഗ്രാഫായി പണിക്കർ മാഷ് എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാനത് ഇന്നലെ രാത്രിയിൽ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുമ്പം മലയാളത്തിലേക്ക് തർജ്ജമ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതൊന്ന് വായിക്കണം എന്നെനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. അത് വായിച്ച് ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ പറഞ്ഞ് മാഷോടുള്ള ആദരവും ഓർമ്മയും പ്രകടിപ്പിക്കാനാണ് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. 1857 മെയ് മാസം 11 പുലർച്ചെ മുഗൾ സാമ്രാട്ടിൻ്റെ തലസ്ഥാനമായ ഡൽഹി രാവവസാനത്തിലെ നിദ്രയിലായിരുന്നു. സമീപ നഗരമായ മീററ്റിൽ നിന്നുള്ള 2000 ശിപായികളുടെ ഒരു സൈന്യം വേനൽക്കാലത്ത് മെലിഞ്ഞ യമുന നദി മുറിച്ചു കടന്ന് നഗരത്തിലേക്ക് വന്നു. തലേ ദിവസം മീററ്റിൽ കലാപം നടത്തി സ്ഥലം വിട്ടവരായിരുന്നു അവർ. നഗരത്തിലേക്കുള്ള മുന്നേറ്റത്തിൽ അതിർത്തിയിലെ ചുങ്കപ്പിരിവുകാരനെ ഈ ശിപായികൾ വധിച്ചു കളഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. അയാളുടെ ചുങ്കസ്ഥാനത്തെ കച്ചേരി അവരാൽ തന്നെ തീവച്ചു നശിപ്പിക്കപ്പെട്ടു. അവരുടെ ലക്ഷ്യം ചെങ്കോട്ടയായിരുന്നു. അതിനകത്താണ് മുഗൾ സാമ്രാട്ടിൻ്റെ കൊട്ടാരം. അവർ വൈകാതെ അടച്ചിട്ട കൊട്ടാരവാതുക്കൽ തടിച്ചുകൂടി. മീററ്റിലെ തങ്ങളുടെ വീരചെയ്തികൾ വിളിച്ചു പറഞ്ഞ് സാമ്രാട്ടിനോട് സഹായ അഭ്യർത്ഥന നടത്തി. ശിപായികളുടെ സൈന്യത്തെ പിന്തുടർന്നുകൊണ്ട് അവരുടെ വിജയത്തിൽ ആവേശഭരിതരായ ഒരു ജനക്കൂട്ടവും കൂടെയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവർ ശിപായികൾക്കൊപ്പം രാജഘട്ട് ഭാഗത്തെ കോട്ടവാതിൽ തള്ളി തുറന്ന് അകത്തേക്ക് കുതിച്ചു. കൊട്ടാരത്തിലെ ആയുധപ്പാറാവുകാരിൽ പലരും രണ്ടാമതൊന്നും ആലോചിക്കാതെ ജനക്കൂട്ടത്തിനൊപ്പം ചേർന്നു. ഡൽഹിയിൽ കലാപം ആരംഭിച്ചു. ഡൽഹിയിലെ ഈസ്റ്റ് ഇന്ത്യ കമ്പനിയുടെ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഏജൻ്റായിരുന്ന മിസ്റ്റർ സൈമൺ ഫ്രേസറും കമ്പനി സൈന്യത്തിൻ്റെ തലവനായ ക്യാപ്റ്റൻ ചാൾസ് ഡഗ്ലസും ആ പുലർച്ചെ കൊട്ടാരത്തിനകത്തു തന്നെയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സാമ്രാട്ട് എന്തോ ഒരാവശ്യത്തിന് ആളയച്ച് വിളിപ്പിച്ചതു പ്രകാരം തലേ ദിവസം അവിടെ എത്തിയവരായിരുന്നു അവർ. ഉപദേശം കൊണ്ടും ആജ്ഞ കൊണ്ടും ഈ ആഫീസർമാർ ശിപായികളുടെ കലാപ സൈന്യത്തെ അടക്കി നിർത്തുവാൻ ഒരു ശ്രമം നടത്തി നോക്കി. പക്ഷേ അങ്കക്കലി പൂണ്ട ശിപായികൾ അത് ശ്രമിക്കുവാൻ പോലുമുള്ള മനോനിലയിലായിരുന്നില്ല. തങ്ങളുടെ ഈ മേലധികാരികളെ അവർ ധിക്കരിച്ചു. അക്രമാസക്തരായി യൂറോപ്യന്മാരുടെ രക്തത്തിനു വേണ്ടി അവർ ദാഹിച്ചിരുന്നതുപോലെ. ഈ സമയം കൊട്ടാരം പാറാവുകാരുടെ അകമ്പടിക്കാരനായ ഒരാൾ, മുഗൾ ബെയ്ഗ് എന്ന സൈനികൻ, യാതൊരു ദാക്ഷിണ്യവും കൂടാതെ സൈമൺ ഫ്രേസറെ ആക്രമിച്ചു. ആ ഓഫീസറെ അയാൾ അവിടെ തന്നെ തൽക്ഷണം കൊലപ്പെടുത്തി. അങ്ങനെ ഡൽഹിയിലെ അവസാന ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഏജൻറ്റ് ആ സ്ഥാനത്തിരിക്കെ തന്നെ അതോടുകൂടി തൻ്റെ അവസാനത്തെ പുൽകി. പിന്നീട് ഡൽഹിയിൽ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഏജൻറ്റ് എന്ന ഒരു പദവി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ഇതാണ് മാഷ് പറയുന്ന ആ ഡൽഹിയിലെ റെസിഡൻസി ഭരണത്തിൻ്റെ അവസാന കാലത്തെക്കുറിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള കഥ. ഒരു നോവൽ സമാനം വായിച്ചു പോകാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് പുസ്തകം കൂടിയാണ് മാഷയുടെ ഈ ആദ്യത്തെ പുസ്തകം. അത് നമ്മൾ മാഷെ പഠിക്കുന്ന ആളുകൾ ഏതാണ്ട് പൂർണ്ണമായും മറന്ന് കളഞ്ഞ അവസ്ഥയിലാണ്. അതൊരു ഹിസ്റ്റോറിയോഗ്രാഫിക് കാരണമാണ് എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നത്. കാരണം അവിടെ മാഷ് സംസാരിക്കുന്നത് ഡൽഹിയിലെ റെസിഡൻറ്റും കൽക്കട്ടയിലെ പ്രസിഡൻസി കമ്പനിയുടെ ഭരണവും തമ്മിലുള്ള നിരന്തരമായ ആശയ സംഘർഷങ്ങൾ, അതിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാവുന്ന കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ, അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി ആ കൺഫ്യൂഷനിലൂടെ അത്തരം ആംബിഗ്വിറ്റീസിലൂടെ ഇത് ഇംഗ്ലണ്ടിൽ തീരുമാനിക്കപ്പെട്ടതല്ല, ഇത് കൽക്കട്ടയിൽ തീരുമാനിക്കപ്പെട്ടായിരുന്നില്ല, ഇത് രജപുട്ടാനയിലും സിസ് സറ്റ്ലജ് റീജിയനിലും ഒക്കെയുള്ള പെറ്റി പൊളിറ്റിക്സിനകത്ത് തീരുമാനിക്കപ്പെട്ട അനക്സേഷനായിരുന്നു ഡൽഹിയുടെ അനക്സേഷൻ എന്നാണ് മാഷ് പറയുന്നത്. ഈ തരം കാഴ്ചകളിൽ മാഷയുടെ പഠനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് മുമ്പോട്ട് എടുക്കാൻ ഒരു പഠിതാവെന്ന നിലയിൽ എനിക്ക് കഴിയുന്ന വെളിച്ചാണിത്. ഒറ്റ കാര്യം കൂടെ പറയാം. 1980 സ്റ്റീഫൻ ഡെയിൽ മാപ്പിളാസ് ഓഫ് മലബാർ ഇസ്ലാമിക് ഫ്രോണ്ടിയർ ഇൻ സൗത്ത് ഏഷ്യ എന്ന പുസ്തകം പുറത്തിറക്കുന്നത്. ഈ പുസ്തകം വലിയ തോതിൽ വായിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന ഗവേഷകരുടെ ഗതി തന്നെ നിർണയിച്ച പുസ്തകങ്ങളിൽ ഒന്നാണ്. ഈ പുസ്തകം പുറത്തിറങ്ങി ഏതാണ്ട് 8 വർഷത്തിന് ശേഷം ഇതേ സ്റ്റീഫൻ ഡെയിൽ ജേണൽ ഓഫ് കോൺഫ്ലിക്റ്റ് സ്റ്റഡീസിൽ റിലീജിയസ് സൂയിസൈഡ് ഇൻ ഇസ്ലാമിക് ഏഷ്യ, ആൻറ്റി കൊളോണിയൽ ടെററിസം ഇൻ ഇന്ത്യ, ഇന്തോനേഷ്യ ആൻഡ് ഫിലിപ്പൈൻസ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ലേഖനം എഴുതുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ലേഖനത്തിനകത്തുള്ള വിഷയം വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. പണിക്കർ മാഷ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ അദ്ദേഹം അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് നിർബന്ധമായും നമ്മളോട് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കാമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. ബെയ്റൂത്തിൽ 1983 അവിടെയുള്ള എയർപോർട്ടിൽ അമേരിക്കൻ മറീൻസ് നിൽക്കുന്ന ബെയ്റൂത്തിലെ എയർപോർട്ടിൽ ഹിസ്ബുള്ള ഒരു ആക്രമണം നടത്തുന്നു. വിയറ്റ്നാമിന് ശേഷം അമേരിക്ക നേരിട്ട ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ആക്രമണമായിരുന്നു അത്. വലിയ ആൾനാശം ഉണ്ടായി. ഈ ആൾനാശം ഉണ്ടായതിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത വർഷമാണ് സ്റ്റീഫൻ ഡെയിൽ എഴുതുന്നത്. എന്താണ് എഴുതുന്നത്? കാരണം ഈ ആത്മഹത്യാ ശ്രമങ്ങളുടെ ആക്രമണങ്ങളുടെ ഒന്നും ചരിത്രം നിങ്ങൾ അന്വേഷിക്കേണ്ടത് മിഡിൽ ഈസ്റ്റിലല്ല, മറിച്ച് മലബാറിലെ 17ഉം 16ഉം നൂറ്റാണ്ടുകളിലെ നേർച്ചകളിലാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഷഹീദ് ട്രഡീഷനിലാണ്. 21ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിലെ നിയോ ഇമ്പീരിയലിസത്തിൻ്റെ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 20ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൻ്റെ അവസാനത്തിലെ നിയോ ഇമ്പീരിയലിസ്റ്റ് അഗ്രഷനെതിരായി നടന്നിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രതിഷേധത്തിൻ്റെ ചരിത്രം അന്വേഷിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി അദ്ദേഹം ആവശ്യപ്പെടുന്നത്. അതിനെ മിറ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള, കോൺഫ്ലിക്റ്റ് റിസോൾവ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഉത്തരമായി അദ്ദേഹം മലബാറിലെ 16ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിലെ ഷഹീദുകളെ അന്വേഷിക്കണം എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. ഇത് വായിച്ചപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയൊരു കാര്യം, മലബാറിലൊരു കളക്ടർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഹെൻറി വാലന്റൈൻ കനോലി. ഹെൻറി വാലന്റൈൻ കനോലിയെക്കുറിച്ച് നമുക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാം. പക്ഷേ ഹെൻറി വാലന്റൈൻ കനോലിയുടെ രേഖകൾ ആരും ഇതുവരെ പുറത്തു കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടില്ല. നമുക്ക് മാപ്പിള ഈ കളക്ഷനിൽ മാത്രമേ 2 വോള്യങ്ങളായി ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള മാപ്പിള ഔട്ട്റേജസ്, മാപ്പിള ഫയലുകളിൽ മാത്രമേ നമുക്കത് 2 വോള്യങ്ങളിൽ കുറച്ച് കത്തുകൾ കാണാനുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ പണിക്കർ മാഷ് ഇത് കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ICHR പ്രസിദ്ധീകരിച്ച മലബാർ കലാപത്തെക്കുറിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള എഡിറ്റഡ് വോള്യത്തിനകത്ത് കനോലിയുടെ 7 കത്തുകൾ പ്രസിദ്ധം ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ കത്തുകൾ ഓരോന്നും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. അത് വിശദീകരിക്കാനുള്ള അതിൻ്റെ ആ കത്തുകളുടെ പ്രാധാന്യമായിരിക്കാം മാഷെ തൻ്റെ പുസ്തകത്തിൽ മറ്റാരും അതുവരെ, ഒരു പക്ഷേ കോൺറാഡ് വുഡിന് ശേഷം ഡെയിലിൻ്റെ ഒക്കെ ഈ പഠനങ്ങൾ നിലനിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഇതിനകത്തുള്ള ഒരു ആൻറ്റി ലോഡ്ഷിപ്പ് ആസ്പെക്റ്റ് വളരെ ഗൗരവമായി തന്നെ മാഷ് അതിനകത്ത് പറഞ്ഞു വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കാം ഈ സ്റ്റേറ്റിൻ്റെ പ്രോക്സികളായി ഈ ലാൻഡ് ലോഡുകൾ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചത്? എന്തുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കാം ഞാൻ അതിലിപ്പോഴും അന്വേഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന, മാഷുടെ പുസ്തകം വായിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം അന്വേഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു റിഡിൽ ഇത് ഈ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് മലബാറിൽ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് നികുതിയായിരുന്നു ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രശ്നമെങ്കിൽ നികുതി അടച്ചവരാരെയും നമ്മൾ ഈ സമരത്തിൽ കാണുന്നില്ല, നാട് കടത്തപ്പെട്ട ആളുകളിൽ കാണുന്നില്ല, രക്തസാക്ഷികളായ ആളുകളിൽ കാണുന്നില്ല. എന്ത് നികുതി അടച്ച ആളുകളൊക്കെ കള്ളസാക്ഷി പറയുവാൻ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ കൂടെ നിൽക്കുകയും നികുതി അടയ്ക്കാൻ അവകാശമില്ലാത്ത മനുഷ്യർ ജയിലിലേക്കും നാട് കടത്തപ്പെടലിന് വിധേയമായി പോവുകയും ചെയ്തു. ആ തരത്തിലുള്ളൊരു സാധ്യത എന്തുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് അന്വേഷിക്കാനുള്ള ദീർഘമായ തുറവികൾ മാഷയുടെ പുസ്തകത്തിൽ, ഈ പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും ഈ കനോലിയെക്കുറിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ കത്തുകളിൽ അദ്ദേഹം പ്രസിദ്ധീകരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു 7ഓളം കത്തുകൾ ജുഡീഷ്യൽ കൺസൾട്ടേഷൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് അദ്ദേഹം പ്രസിദ്ധീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഡെയിലിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരാം. ഈ കനോലി വധിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത് സൈമൺ ഫ്രേസർ വധിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത് 1857 കനോലി വധിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത് അതിന് 2 വർഷം മുമ്പ് 1855 സെപ്റ്റംബർ 11 അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റീഫൻ ഡെയിലിൻ്റെ യുക്തിക്ക് അനുസരിച്ച് പോകുകയായിരുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ 9/11 കാരണം അന്വേഷിച്ച് നമുക്ക് 1855 കനോലി വധത്തിൽ വരെ എത്തേണ്ടി വരുമായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള പലതരം വിഡിത്തങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന്, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള പലതരം അതിവായനകളിൽ നിന്നാണ് KN പണിക്കർ മാഷ് ഞാനുൾപ്പെടുന്ന ചരിത്രകാരന്മാരെ രക്ഷിച്ചത്. ആദരപൂർവം അദ്ദേഹത്തെ ഓർമ്മിക്കുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, Abhilash. Now we'll have a short break for tea, and Professor Patnaik will be joining around 4:20. Hello, Professor. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, yes, hi. I
Hi.
can see you, yeah.
I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, it's great, yeah. It's
Brilliant.
perfect today. So we'll wait for like 2-3 minutes more.
Fine,
So
excellent.
we just had a tea break and everybody is having just tea. Like
Yeah.
we had a
Please take
long
your time.
extended
I'll just
lecture.
wait.
Yeah, it's okay. It's like 5 minutes, like we'll start.
Fine, fine.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
I request everyone, please be seated.
Yeah.
Professor Patnaik, can we
Yeah,
start?
yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you clear and your video is also clear.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Can you just
Yeah.
let me into the conference?
So you are already in.
You mean I'm visible
Yes, you are visible.
and also audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, excellent.
Perfect. Yeah,
So,
please.
so when do you want me to start?
You can start now. We are waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, colleagues and friends, first of all, I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity which I have got to pay homage to my JNU colleague, long-time JNU colleague, Professor Panikar, who was not only an outstanding historian, but a really extraordinarily courageous public intellectual. He was totally committed to the vision of a secular, democratic, socialist India and really fought hard for the realization of this vision. When the organizers sent me the list of possible topics which might interest people attending this conference, the topic that really attracted me was the one about the struggles within history, the ideological struggles within history. Now, of course, these days, when we talk about ideological struggles within history, we talk about the emergence of the neo-fascist trend, because of which there is a complete distortion of history, which is presented to students and generally to the public. And that, of course, occupies and should occupy our main attention at the moment in carrying out ideological struggle. But that is not, while it is extremely important and a matter of high priority, it's not a very challenging task because these people really do not have much idea of history. They have very little theoretical understanding and very little regard for evidence. They make all kinds of outlandish claims based on their prejudices. And of course, for a professional historian to debunk those claims and to show that they are completely wrong is not so challenging a task. Though, of course, I emphasize that it is a task which currently must occupy our priority. But together with this, there is a much longer tradition of a struggle within history, and that struggle really relates to the conflict with the liberal tradition, because the liberal tradition, the dominant liberal tradition, tends to present imperialism and colonialism in a rather benign light. It does so because of a certain theoretical presupposition with which it starts. And of course, this theory is something that gets translated into locating historical evidence and therefore presenting a historical picture that is not only at variance with what happened, but what is more, the theory itself is something which needs to be challenged, which often does not get challenged. Now, historians in India have actually done a remarkably successful job in ensuring that this kind of a historical presentation of imperialism and colonialism in a benign light is something which is actually questioned, which is refuted. But what has not happened is, in fact, a theoretical questioning of the very theories on the basis of which the liberal historians, in fact, collect evidence and present a historical picture. In other words, behind every historical picture is a certain theoretical presupposition. In particular, if we're looking at modern times, then an economic theoretical presupposition. And I think that has not been sufficiently challenged. For instance, that presupposition comes, of course, from an understanding of capitalism itself. That capitalism is seen by the liberal tradition as a system in which various economic agents voluntarily come together in order to constitute the system. In other words, there's no coercion involved in it. They really voluntarily come together because each of them sees in the system a way of improving his or her lot as it existed before. Now, if that is the case, then that logic is also carried over to colonialism. That colonialism too is something which really implies that the colonies benefit as much from trade with the metropolis as the metropolis benefits from trade with the colonies. And this is something which is the dominant theme in contemporary economics, namely trade between the different countries, international trade, is beneficial for all. And if that is the case, then of course the trade between metropolis and colonies is also beneficial for both sides. Now, this is something which is based on a theory which I believe is fundamentally wrong, and I'd like to devote this lecture to saying or showing why I think so. The fact that historically the metropolis could not do without the colony is something which is quite well known. In fact, it was theorized by Rosa Luxemburg, though of course her theorization took the form of saying that, look, the metropolitan capitalist economy requires an external market, that is, a market outside of the capitalist sector, and this market, which is necessarily therefore has to be provided from its pre-capitalist surroundings, this market, without which accumulation would not be possible within the capitalist sector, this market is provided by the pre-capitalist sector, which of course is ensured by having a colonial rule over the pre-capitalist sector. But Rosa Luxemburg's emphasis on the market really meant that another very important factor behind colonialism, underlying colonialism, tended to get, if not exactly ignored, tended to be pushed into a secondary position. That is the availability of a large number of raw materials and primary commodities which are producible only outside of the temperate regions where metropolitan capitalism came up, which are producible in the tropical and semi-tropical countries of the world. And of course, without them, it is impossible to visualize capitalism in the metropolis or in the temperate lands where it grew up. For instance, you just take that the cotton textile industry, I mean, the industrial revolution in Britain began with the cotton textile industry. But on the other hand, Britain can grow no raw cotton at all. Therefore, the continuation of the Industrial Revolution was completely predicated in ensuring that there is a continuous supply of raw cotton from outside. Originally, it was only a matter of raw materials, primary commodities of that kind, but fairly soon it also became evident that Britain could not grow enough food grains for its own requirement. And therefore, there was an enormously long struggle where the resistance of the landlords to allowing food grain imports into Britain was overcome in 1846 through the repeal of the Corn Laws. So Britain depended heavily on its primary commodity requirements on the outside world, consisting of the pre-capitalist sectors, and this is something without which capitalism could not have developed in Britain. Now, of course, British economic historians tend to talk of something called an agricultural revolution, that Britain presumably had an agricultural revolution preceding her industrial revolution, and that the agricultural revolution prepared the ground not only for providing the markets required for the upcoming industries, but also for providing a variety of food grains and so on, at least a whole set of raw materials which were required for the Industrial Revolution. Now, in our book, written with Utsa Patnaik and I, we called Capital and Imperialism, we have a chapter showing why the agricultural revolution was really a myth. This agricultural revolution idea has been developed partly to show the unnecessary, that colonialism was not necessary, that control over the pre-capitalist environment was not necessary, that actually Britain could have been a completely self-sufficient entity. So, but this agricultural revolution idea is in fact historically completely wrong, and it's a myth. Now, that being the case, obviously it was essential for Britain and generally for the metropolis, where capitalism spread later to the continental Europe and so on, to really have access to the colonial and semi-colonial economies of the world, from where they could get fibers, from where they could get beverages, and they could get a whole variety, and food grains, and a whole variety of primary commodities that otherwise would have tripped up the development of capitalism in the metropolis. Now, this is something which by now is quite well known and well established. And as I said, Rosa Luxemburg drew attention to this fact. But what is not established is that, that there is a view, as I mentioned earlier, that okay, but in this kind of an international trade where manufacturing products went to the tropical and semi-tropical regions of the world, and primary commodities and raw materials were imported from those regions, in that kind of a trade, both sides benefited. Now, this is something which is sustained, for instance, by Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage, that Britain had a comparative advantage in cotton textiles or on industrial products, while countries like India had a comparative advantage in producing food grains and primary commodities and so on. As a result, both sides benefited. But this, I believe, is a completely, not only historically false, but what is more, it is also theoretically untenable. It presumes, for instance, that countries like India were already commodity producing economies. But as a matter of fact, they were not. Among Indian historians, there has been for a very long time a debate that has gone on about whether Mughal India was a commodity producing economy, and the conclusion of that debate, quite rightly to my mind, has been that it was not. What was happening in Mughal India was the commoditization of the surplus. The commoditization of the economic surplus is not the same as commodity production, just as just producing for any market is not commodity production. Therefore, I'd like to begin with a definition, a fairly rigorous definition of commodity production, so that we can just see why the kind of production that prevailed in India in the pre-colonial period was not commodity production, was not something which was to the liking of the metropolis, and was something which needed to be altered in order to suit the requirements of the metropolis. And this alteration could not, in fact, be done voluntarily. But I would say that there are two basic characteristics of commodity production. One is that whatever is produced is not really both a use value and an exchange value for the producer. That while for the consumers, whatever they buy on the market must be a use value and an exchange value. They pay money to buy, therefore, obviously, it has an exchange value. And they buy because it's useful for them, therefore, it has a use value. So while whatever the consumers buy or the buyers buy on the market must have both a use value and an exchange value, whatever the producers sell on the market is only a pure exchange value for them, a certain amount of money that it commands on the market. It has no use value for them. They don't produce it so that it is useful for them. It, of course, has to have use value for the buyers, but not use value for the sellers. The second characteristic of commodity production is that since in commodity production, you are really producing something which is, against which you would be, which producing for the market, it must respond to market demand. In other words, the amount you produce must be responsive to the demand on the market. If there is more demand, you should be producing more. If there is less demand, you should be producing less, which is a standard kind of, presupposition behind any commodity production. Now, this immediately makes clear that not all production for the market is commodity production. Production on the Jajmani system, for instance, where you exchange goods among the producers, was not commodity production. Similarly, the exchange may not be a barter exchange, it may be exchange mediated through cash, but within a small circle, within a small group, that cannot be considered commodity production. Commodity production must be impersonal if it is to be the case that the production is entirely of an exchange value from the point of view of the seller. Now, that kind of commodity production, as the Indian historians have correctly stated, did not obtain in India beforehand, before the colonial period, and certainly not in Mughal India. Mughal India was characterized by, as I said, commoditization of the surplus. The surplus was turned into cash, but in order to pay the emperor his revenue. But on the other hand, that is something which does not amount to production in general being organized on the principles of a commodity economy. But on the other hand, from the point of view of metropolitan capital, it is absolutely essential, not just that you should get hold of these commodities, but if capital accumulation would entail a growing demand for food grains, a growing demand for primary commodities, and so on. And this demand should call forth larger supplies. In other words, production in a commodity economy must be responsive to this kind of a growing demand. Now, the pre-colonial economy, which, as I said, was not a commodity economy. It was not a commodity economy because it would not respond to a growing demand. Many peasants produced food grains to maintain their food security. Those who did not directly produce food grains, nonetheless, had entered into arrangements of various kinds in order to ensure their food security. Therefore, the ensuring of food security, the ensuring, if you like, more generally, of subsistence security was a very necessary part of that kind of an economy, even when production was taking place in certain sectors for the market, and even when commodity surplus, even when there was commoditization of the surplus. In other words, that kind of an economy was very firmly anchored in the need for providing food security. And therefore, you would not really expect those producers voluntarily to move to a production of primary commodities, cash crops, and so on, abandoning either their own production of food or abandoning access to the availability of food in the local economy and be completely dependent on the market, particularly in this case on the international market, in order to obtain their food requirements. Therefore, there was a resistance to the development of commodity production in the true sense of the term because of the overriding concern with food security and subsistence security that characterized pre-colonial India. Now, therefore, we have this very peculiar condition that there is no voluntary transition to commodity production, to a commodity economy. On the other hand, metropolitan capital requires such a transition. How was this resolved? I believe this conflict, this contradiction was resolved by having something which I would call mediated commodity production. Many economic historians have referred to it as forced commercialization. But from a theoretical point of view, forced commercialization is nothing else but mediated commodity production. That basically what happens is that it is not that the peasants themselves voluntarily start deciding to produce cash crops, but they are coerced through getting indebted to a group of merchants or to a group of agents of metropolitan capital into producing the cash crops, into producing the commodities which are required in the metropolis. In other words, it is not the peasants themselves who voluntarily respond to market signals, but the middlemen, the merchants, the agents of metropolitan capital who actually respond to the market signals. When there is demand for more of a certain commodity, then they get the peasants to produce those commodities, and the peasants have no option because of the fact that they are indebted to these merchants, they are indebted to these agents of metropolitan capital, and therefore they have to do the biddings of these middlemen. So you have this mediated commodity production, which of course is something which had to be introduced. Now, the way it was introduced is, of course, first, of course, by shifting from a tax on kind to a tax on land. The pre-colonial India was characterized by the fact that the peasants were supposed to hand over to the overlord a certain proportion of their produce. Now, if it is only a certain proportion of their produce, in that case, they can hand over that amount either in terms of physical terms, or they can hand over that amount in terms of cash. But on the other hand, it's a tax on produce. In years when the produce is more, more is paid as tax. In years when the produce is less, less is paid as tax. Now, this had to be changed by an inflexible tax amount, and that is something which was extracted in cash, and that inflexible amount therefore meant a tax on land, not on the tax on the produce. Produce may be high or low, but you jolly well had to pay a certain amount of tax on land in cash. The second thing was, I mean, even that is something which would not necessarily force the peasants directly into commodity production. But to force them into commodity production, there was a second feature introduced under colonialism, namely that there was a fixed timing for the payment of this tax, and the timing was such that the peasants could not really wait to harvest their crops and sell it before paying the tax. In other words, the tax had to be paid before the peasants could have cash accruing to their hands through the sale of the produce. Now, if that is the case, if a certain fixed amount of cash has to be paid, and paid before the peasants can possibly get hold of this cash by selling their crops, in that case, they had to take loans. And these loans were typically advanced by merchants, by agents of metropolitan capital, agents of the East India Company, and so on, and so that the peasants could pay the tax, and at the same time, the condition for their doing so was the fact that they had to produce a certain amount of commodities at pre-contracted prices to be handed over to the to these middlemen. Now, both these, the shift from a tax in kind to a tax on land, a shift from a tax on produce to a tax on land, and very fixed timings for the payment of this tax could not have been introduced, which were essential for making this mediated commodity economy come into being, could not have been produced without there being political rule by metropolitan capital. In other words, what should be taxed, whether the tax should be paid at a certain time and so on, are basically political decisions, and therefore these political decisions had to be taken through political rule by metropolitan capital or its kind of agents. So it seems to me that far from what traditional economics like Ricardo and so on argued about both sides being benefited by it and therefore voluntarily entering into trade, international trade, particularly international trade dictated by the needs of metropolitan capital, required political control over the colonies. It required coercion. It required, therefore, colonialism. So colonialism was absolutely essential for the introduction of international trade between the tropics on the one hand and, of course, the temperate regions on the other hand. One implication of this introduction, of course, was the recurrence of large numbers of famines. Of course, famines did not arise only because of this. They also arose because the taxation was very heavy. But on the other hand, they certainly contributed to it because peasants growing cash crops, forced to go grow cash crops and to depend upon the market for their food grain requirements, there would be periods when the cash crop prices would crash, and if the cash crop prices crash, they would not have enough purchasing power to buy food grains in the market, and therefore there would be famines. In other words, the famine situation, certainly this was one of the contributory factors. Commodity economy was a very important contributory factor in my view, to the recurrence of famines. Now, this is something which is why post-independence India really moved away from this kind of a system. Not only did you not have mediated commodity production like in colonial India, but what is more, you actually curtailed commodity production by having a regime in which food security was given priority. The state, the government that is, provided procurement prices, the government provided subsidized inputs, the government had a kind of food grain distribution system. So vast amounts of government intervention ensured that production was not just for the market, but production was dictated by this intervention by the government. For instance, it was not the food grain prices ruling in the market that the peasants were responding to, but food grain prices that the government ordained should be the procurement price. We had an agricultural price commission that really determined what should be the procurement price for food grains, and the peasants responded to that, which was an interference with the system of commodity production. So post-independence India, which was keen on ensuring food security, preventing famines, actually moved away from a commodity-producing economy. Subsequently, we know that in the neoliberal period, there has been an emphasis that there should be no government interventions of any kind, that instead the peasants must relate to the market and they must therefore produce entirely depending upon the market signals. Now, the problem with that is that that also destroys food security. In many African countries where this was implemented and the government completely did not interfere and the peasants moved towards simply producing those goods determined by the markets, you have had recurrent famines during the neoliberal period, which the economist Omyo Bagchi calls globalization famines, famines which have been encouraged because of globalization. In India, there was an effort to introduce, again, this kind of an unmediated transition to commodity economy, unmediated either in favor of commodity production because of middlemen or against commodity production through state intervention. There has been an effort by the current government to introduce this by those 3 farm laws that it had introduced. But on the other hand, there was such a big agitation by the farmers, a year-long agitation, that the government was forced to withdraw. That, in other words, the debate about whether the transition to commodity production is voluntary or not, the debate about the exercise of coercion is something which is a debate that is not just of historical interest, but a debate that affects us even today. The proposition that the government should not interfere and the peasant should be exposed to the market economy is something which is opposed by the peasants themselves, which just shows that commodity economy or a transition to commodity economy is something which is not in the interests of the peasants. And that being the case, such a transition can come about only through the exercise of coercion that is politically done by ruling over the colonies. I think, therefore, these historical debates are of great importance, not just to historians, but also to economists. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much, Professor Prabhat. So now we are moving to the end of our 2-day national conference. So I believe for a teacher, a best gift or a tribute would be his students reading him, rereading him, critiquing him, and disseminating what he has taught and written. And I believe for the past 2 days, like yesterday and today, we have been engaging with several scholars from all over the country and abroad, and even cultural activists like Safdar Hashmi. KCHR has opened a space for young scholars like me and others to look at how to look at a historian or how to look at eminent scholars and how to do their research. And I believe everybody is all, and I thank everyone, those who are here, and I also thank all the scholars who accepted our invitation. And now I request Professor Dineshan V, Director KCHR, to deliver a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pooja. Thank you all. Thus we came to the end of 2-day national conference commemorating Professor K.N. Panikar, interrogating the past. KCHR is thankful to all the speakers who joined us online and offline and presented the research papers, also talked about Professor K.N. Panikar's contribution to history as well as to the intellectual circle in India. I thank, on behalf of KCHR, I express our deepest gratitude to all the speakers. I'm not naming all of them. And I also express my KCHR's thanks to all the participants who joined us online and offline. And they made, actually, the presence made the commemoration conference a grand success. Thank you all. I also express my thanks to my colleagues who are working hard for the last 2 weeks to make this program a grand success. I'm not naming anyone. Thank you, my colleagues. You made it. I'm also thanks to Ragini Panikar and Shalini Panikar for accepting our invitation and joining us. Before concluding, I would like to mention 2 things. One is regarding a comment made by Shabnam Hashmi. She said that there are many articles which are really Panikar sir wanted to publish. If you permit and if you give us the articles which are not yet published, KCHR will be grateful to you, and we are ready to publish such unpublished articles written by K.N. Panikar. We are almost, KCHR is almost ready to publish all these articles. That's one thing. Secondly, as you all know, we are also planning to publish this presentations made here as a volume, and our team is already working on that. So if you submit your final papers, we will be bringing out the volume in 2 months' time. These are the two promises which I can make right now. And once again, thank you all for joining us and making this conference, a commemorating conference, a grand success. Thank you all.